Nobody clip this. Nobody clip this. We got him. They call me Sharpshooter Kodak. We got him. Wait. I got him. Got them all.
Kid's fucking framed like. Hey guys, what's up? No, it's me. Yeah, I'm here. No, don't worry about it. Yeah, no, I got this. Yeah, no, I'll testify. Don't you worry. Hey guys. Oh, no, it's all good. No, I can see. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's all good. I love it. I love this kid.
Oh. Oh, put me in the locker.
Hot. Hot. Oh god.
Hey, did you do a cosplay? Because that costume rocksers.
I don't know. I feel like Sylveon would be a boss personally. Actually, you know what? I never said that. You saw nothing. And I'm famous. But hey, I found Zack first. You may be La Primera, but you can't go stealing her from me. Oh, territorial. No Prothelius? Nope. I'm gonna murder this frog instead. Please let me leave. Please let me leave. Thank you. Pardos is gonna die to fucking poison. Run 5 soon, baby! Run 5 soon, baby! Let's go!
Oh, you're talking about the daughter? Yeah. No, exactly. First one's never perfect. Sorry to all you firstborns out there. Usually...
I have murdered an innocent child. Stuff like in order to fall asleep, you have to pretend to fall asleep. I hate that I have absolutely no idea what clip you're referring to, but I also know exactly which clip you're referring to. I did not see or hear the clip. I have no idea which clip we're talking about, but I know exactly what clip you're talking about. Hi. How we doing? We're a little off. Why am I so far over? There we go. Hi. How's it going? How is everybody? I didn't actually turn on stream avatars today. I opened it, but I did not turn it on. There we go. Hi. How's everybody? Cat congratulations in the first. Leaf, good to see you. Everybody else is out there hanging out, lurking about. Hope you are all doing well. We remain steadfast in our Persona arc. So steadfast even that we have converted others to a Persona arc. Ain't that crazy? Not the same Persona arc, but a Persona arc nonetheless. So tonight we're gonna be playing more Persona 3 Reload because I love it. I'm obsessed. I'm having a grand time. On Sunday, I believe at this point now, we're gonna be playing Poppy Playtime. New spooky scaries. Oh no, spook. I got myself enough of a refresher. I watched the last 2 chapters, so I kind of sort of remember what's going on, but also like in the most general sense of the term of like, oh yeah, that did happen, didn't it? As far as story goes, we'll figure it out as we go, but it should be fun. Looking forward to that. We also, schedules pending, may have a collab-esque stream tomorrow night, right? Yes, tomorrow night, so keep your eyes peeled for that. And then Monday we'll be back on our Persona arc. But I'm excited for tonight because tonight we're gaming for real. Tonight we are going to be playing some of my favorite bit of Persona 3 Reload because we get to meet Aigis tonight. I'm like fairly confident. I'm like 98% sure that we're meeting Aigis early on tonight, and then I think we get Koromaru as well later on. So I'm excited. We get to meet the best characters, the best party members. We're gonna be replacing our whole team for 2 new party members. Oopsie daisy, sorry guys. Sorry Mitsuru, sorry Akihiko. We're gonna have 2 new party members in the blink of an eye. You know, that's just how it goes sometimes. So yeah, should be a lot of fun. I don't know, vibe, hang out, the usual. I don't have too much else to say, so I'm not going to say too much else. We're just going to yippee. Let me go here. We're gonna watch the intro again because I'm obsessive, so don't mind me. Just gonna open my water here. I always forget this first screen. Never heard of anyone rewatching intros. Imagine rewatching an intro multiple times. Hey, it's too soon. Sorry. I can finally say that because Leaf actually got there today. Sorry, bud. Had to do it to you at least once. Yeah, thankfully, this game doesn't have as fucked up as the beginning of as Persona 5 does, because I don't know that I could withstand it. After 5, that beginning is fucked. Like watching it back again now, it's been a while since the last time I actually played like Persona 5 for real. And every time I see it again, I'm like, God damn, it really is that bad, isn't it? It really is this bad. Like, I really feel this disgusting already, huh? Wee yippee! It's so madly uncomfortable and upset. You want to kick that guy's ass? Why are you tired? Real.
By the
So
way,
true. So when last we left off, we fucking A-star exams. We did amazing. We're a genius. And because of that, we're gonna go on a trip. We're gonna go to the beach. Yippee! I'm ready. Oh, you had adequate spare time during finals, did you? Oh, as long as you did well on them.
Oh, that's right.
Maybe I'll visit yeah, that place, wherever that is. I don't know how to say Japanese words. I apologize. If I have some spare time, there's a thing or two I'd like to ask. But above all, I'd like to take the time to browse the antiques and learn about the grand history behind each piece. Fuck.
oh, hey!
Oh, I'm excited for the trip. I've only read about Yakishima in textbooks. A short while ago, I wouldn't have been able to even fathom traveling together with everyone.
Hey!
Amada-kun is so mature. I can't believe that he's only in elementary school. There's a certain someone who I wish would have learned from Amada-kun's example. Why do you think he's so childish all the time? Even an actual child acts more grown up. Hey, Junpei, she called you a child. Yo, what up? You're taking care of the planters up top, right? Mind if I give it a try? Girls are into slim dudes, right? Might be good to eat some vegetables after all. Wanna head up? Yeah, let's do it. Oh, I have to harvest them. Oh, they were done over the exam period, and I didn't get notified because the day passed. That's right. They were done on the 16th. Oh boy, nutritious armor onion. On 7:30 we can harvest these. Okay, now we'll get Junpei. Hey, help me with the garden now, buddy.
All right.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
The only vegetables I ever see at the store are plain old ordinary ones.
Uh-huh.
You know those fancy veggies only people like Kirijo Senpai would eat?
Yeah.
If we could grow something like that, we'd make a fortune, don't you think?
I don't think we could make, like, you know, high quality, like, rich people vegetables enough to make a profit on 3 small planting boxes on the roof of a dormitory, but, you know, depends how hard we try.
Oh, damn. So you're up for it? Yeah, we gotta dream big. You're pretty good with your hands, so what do you say? Want to join forces and make a name for ourselves?
What do you mean by that? What? Junpei? What do you mean by that?
Well, we should probably get to work before we get ahead of ourselves.
Tend to the rooftop planters of Junpei.
This is getting really rough
Ow.
on my back.
Bonk.
Yeah, my hands are all caked in dirt.
Yeah. Deshikare is paying off and I can harvest more.
But for the sake of Junpei's brand name luxury veggies, I gotta keep going. I
Yeah.
don't know how I could deal with all this on my own, so let's do this again, okay?
Sounds good, man. Let's do that. Look at us. We got all this time off. Post-exam break begins today. It's almost time for the home shopping show. Yippee!
It's amazing.
Hello everyone, welcome to the home shopping show, Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. I'm your host, Tanaka, with a live presentation of my amazing commodities. We'll show you the great products at unbeatable prices, so don't touch that dial because you won't want to miss these.
I'm going to do it.
Today we're introducing the Sweet Seasonal Corn Set. You gotta have corn for summer. Sweet, sweet corn.
Good, good.
First up, we have the Tetra Cone. That's not corn. And you get 3 of them. This is one item I highly recommend. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more. We'll throw in this Makara Cone, too. Guess how many? 3. It's not corn. All just for, oh my god, that shit's expensive. Yeah, I'll buy it.
Thanks, kid.
Next time, we'll be introducing part 2 of the designer brand set. Don't miss it. That's it for today. We're all sold out. Sorry, folks. Who can we see? Maya. Okay. I need to get myself a hermit persona. It's almost dark, so to log out and leave my room. Damn, we don't even go up. Yeah, we really need a hermit persona. The wait is over. Uh-huh. Hey guys, how's it going? Dude, I'm so ready for this. Look out, ladies, here I come.
Yes,
Is that all you think about, Junpei-kun?
jeez.
You sure know how to leave your troubles behind. I wish I could let things go as easily as you do.
Nah.
You gotta live life to the fullest. And how are you gonna do that if you're always stuck moping? I know you're right, but still. It's not like I don't like Yokoshima or anything. I usually love the ocean and getting some sun. And I don't get seasick, so the trip's not an issue. I guess I'm not really in the mood for it right now.
Hi.
Kiriju-senpai and Sonata-senpai aren't here, so I don't think we can go to Targers tonight. Since we'll be leaving for the trip tomorrow, I think I'll call it a day now. Oh, by the way, do you think Yukari-chan is doing alright? We went shopping for swimsuits this afternoon, but she looked pretty down the entire time. Yeah, no, she's probably not doing great, but you know, she'll get over it, I'm sure. She'll be fine. What's the games? It's Sunday, so it should be the 3 stat raisers, right? Yeah. Maybe we go to Wuk after all. Hello, Wuk. You get Wild Duck Burger. Get the Weekend Wild Duck set. I decided to try the Weekend Wild Duck set. It had a strange, perplexing taste, but I finished it anyway. Yeah, okay. Delicious. I love that, eating burgers at McDonald's is the way to raise your courage. You gotta be really bold if you wanna eat McDonald's. The trip to Yakushima begins today and lasts for 4 days, 3 nights. You need to get ready. Wow.
Whoa! Looks like we're finally coming up on the island! Hell yeah! Yeah! Cool! She! Ma!
Jeez.
So true,
You sound like a
Junpei.
little kid.
He's just having fun. Personally, I'm ready for some training.
Of course you are, Akihiko.
What kind of flora and fauna live there?
I'm sure there will be nothing but good vibes between all of us, right? We're all good friends, right? Surely. Right?
Wow.
Nice mansion you got here.
It's like we're in an episode of Lifestyles of the Rich and Fabulous.
Welcome back, milady.
We won't be here long, but I'll be relying on you during our stay.
You have maids?
God damn, girl.
And
Why the hell are you
must be
living in
her
a dorm?
associates from school, correct? Welcome to the Kirijo vacation home. Please follow me.
Oh, hi, Miss Kawakami. Funny to bump into you here. Weirdly fitting, actually.
Dude, real life maids.
I knew she was from an important family, but this definitely proves it.
Oh. Hey, bud. Impressive looking gentleman. Hello there, impressive looking gentleman. I like how your eye patch goes right down your hair part, actually. That's a sick look.
It's good to see you.
I heard the news. There isn't much here, but make yourselves comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. See you later.
There he goes.
What your persona descriptive name would be? I wonder that too, honestly.
So, was that...
My favorite was, who was it? Shinjiro had, his was the student from the other day. Or something like the guy from the other day. It's like, what? Huh?
Her father?
It was so intense. And what's up with them wearing a suit in this kind of heat?
What's wrong with that?
We
Oh,
won't be
Akihiko.
here long, but make yourself at home.
Sweet! This is gonna rock! Hey, wanna go to the beach? It's literally right there!
Literally right there.
Man, I'm so ready for this! Come on, let's go!
What? We just got here. I mean, it's gonna take time to get changed and stuff.
Then I'll see you there.
For you losers, I'm out of here.
I'm not gonna waste a single minute.
Junpei's so real. I forgot about Akihiko's swimsuit. I forgot that this is just what he wears.
Give my feet a chance to breathe.
Why do we have to have the upward camera shot with him at the closest side? Like, buddy, put that away.
Yep, summer's here.
Darn. There's nothing out there I can use as a marker. Too bad. I was hoping for a good swim.
Whoa, what's with that swimsuit?
What do you mean?
Dude, swim briefs? Nobody wants to see your junk.
But they're better for swimming.
You gotta be kidding. We come all the way to the beach, and you're gonna train?
I love Akihiko. He's so neurospicy.
What's wrong with that? You got a better idea?
Damn right I do! It's summertime at the beach! I've got the perfect activity.
Oh boy.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Oh, hey! They're here!
Oh my god.
What are you looking at?
Say hello to contestant number 1, Yukari Takeba!
Where
That's
Junpei
quite a
and
bold
Ryuji are
design.
besties,
She's
they would be
really strutting
unstoppable.
her stuff.
They
Archery
had-
practice must do wonders for the self-esteem.
They had to
No one
separate
seems to
them
have
because they
used
would be
the
too
umbrellas around
powerful
here.
together.
Do you think we can go ahead and use them?
Ooh, next up is contestant number 2, Fukayama Kishi. Wow, Fuka, do you wear swimsuits often, or? Whoops, was it something I said? Didn't mean to embarrass you.
Junpei, please.
Cut it out with that laugh, you creep.
And for our final contestant of the day.
Okay, but like Slay though,
Is something wrong?
that swimsuit goes so hard.
Wow. Kirijo-senpai, you're so beautiful.
Yeah, your skin is totally flawless. Hey, did you
Gay,
have
gay,
sunscreen on?
homosexual, gay. I know what you are, Yukari. I know what you are. Girl said, damn, you're pretty. God, your skin's so good. Hey, if you put, I could rub some on you. You know, if you, I like, you know, if you need somebody to like help, you know, get your back or whatever, like, I can do that for you. I can be that person for you.
Not yet.
No, we can't have that. You gotta put some on right now.
Oh, can I help?
That's okay. I'll do it myself.
Yo, dude.
Uh.
Oh, which one's your type?
I don't care.
Yeah, like I believe that.
Bro, I don't give a shit.
Man, this is great. I'm in heaven. All right, I think it's about time for a swim. Time!
Oh, I'm not letting you win that easy.
Okay, you come out here wearing an athletic swimsuit and then you jump into the water with your shirt on. I feel uneasy. It's like someone is watching me.
Whoa, it's cold.
The uneasy feeling went away.
What are you standing over there for? The water's fine.
That's probably nothing. Probably unimportant. Oh hey, driftwood. Wonder if this driftwood washed ashore from a distant place. Come to think of it, Elizabeth asked me to get her something that feels like the ocean. Elizabeth might be happy if I give her this driftwood. Not me going to the beach with my friends and packing this giant fucking log back into my suitcase. Hey guys, here. No, I need to bring this home. It's very important that I bring this huge fucking log with me. The waves that lap the shore are sparkling and shimmering. Think of it, Elizabeth asked me to get her something that feels like the ocean. There's a tiny crab walking beneath the water. Don't take the crab! Dude, sir! Do not take the crabs! This fucking guy. Getting back to Mitsuru's fucking mansion with a giant log and a live crab.
I'm glad everyone's having fun out there. Our operations during the dark hour are taxing on both mind and body. You should relax a little. Rest up. If you need to take a break, the best spot to kick back is underneath the parasol.
Uh-huh. Mitsuru.
It's a lovely place, wouldn't you agree? When I was younger, I used to come here fairly often, but I haven't had the chance to visit since starting high school.
Love that for you. What's down here? Watching the waves roll into the shore is someone calling. Come to think of it, Elizabeth asked me to get her something that feels like the ocean. There's some seaweed swirling in the waters at my feet. Maybe Elizabeth would like it. My suitcase gonna be fucking smelling real strange. Here you go. Some seashells, like a normal person. Pretty seashell. Like a sane person would. They never play alone at the beach. Oh, I can't go back there yet. Unfortunate. Hey guys, how's it going?
Woohoo! Thanks, Kirijo-senpai. Right now, I feel like I could die with no regrets.
Uh-huh.
Help us, please! Junpei won't stop!
Alley-oop! Take this! Come on! Water fights are pretty much a given at the beach. Nice and cool, ain't it?
Hey, knock it off! You're taking this too far! Okay, fine. You asked for it.
Oh boy. Yeah, how are you getting enough water to even splash them? You are in like ankle deep water. Hello? Kari? There we go.
Here we are on summer vacation, but I still have to deal with Junpei's usual antics.
Uh-huh. Real unfortunate. Alright, did I get everything from the beach? I've talked to everybody. We're good. We're fine. Nothing on the boat. Boat. It'd be nice to row a boat on this vast ocean. Yeah. No, definitely. How deep can I go? Not very deep. Wee! Playing in the water. Wee! I love the beach. Wee! Wee! Okay, anyways. Cool. Yeah. What? That's lame. Well, I'm gonna stay a little longer. See you later then.
Even the food was fancier than I could have
Awful
imagined.
quiet in here.
I've never had to think about the proper way to use a fork and knife so much.
I can't eat anymore. Not even another bite of caviar.
Oh my god, Junpei.
No one said you had to try to eat all of it.
Well, I'm sure we're all exhausted from the trip. Why don't you go rest up in your rooms?
Oh, are you not coming with us, Senpai?
Yes, I'll join you in just a minute.
Uh-huh.
It's been a while. I'm glad that you're in good health.
Our guests are residents of the dorm, I presume.
Correct.
I'm sorry for bringing such a crowd.
I heard you told them about the incident. Why did you hide it for so long?
I wasn't hiding it.
I've told you time and again, none of the blame is yours.
But
Two in harmony surpasses one in perfection. That has been our guiding principle since the Kirijo family separated from the Nanjo group. You must learn to trust in others, Mitsuru. There are things in this world that cannot be accomplished alone, no matter how many sacrifices you make.
I understand.
You
Damn.
accessed our database, didn't you?
Bye! How's it going? Hope you're doing well.
That brings me to my next question. Why didn't you ask me directly, instead of using this trip as an excuse?
Oh. Called out.
I'm sorry.
You are existing. Well, I hope your existence is going okay.
Bring them here, all of them. I have no intention of concealing the truth from them. I've made preparations to disclose everything.
Oh. Disclose everything.
There's a girl named Takiba in your group, correct? For her to awaken to her power, it must be fate.
Father?
From what I understand, Mitsuru has.
It's
already
good. We're
given
having
the
a great
short
time at the beach, and now we're about to get probably very not great news.
Oh, yes.
version. Well, it's true. We adults are to blame. If I could have atoned for it with my life, I would have done so.
How it goes.
Now I have no choice but to rely on you. What my father wanted to create with those monsters' power, it was a time manipulation device.
Bro was trying to make a time machine out of monsters. That's crazy.
That's what he was trying to do?
Imagine if you could control the flow of time, eliminate unwanted events before they occur. With such a device, you could shape the future to your liking.
Uh-huh.
Damn, that's insane.
Unfortunately, under my father's direction, the research began to stray from its original goal. In his later years, my father seemed to have only nihilism in his heart. In fact, his madness may have resulted from his struggle to break free from that. It's only natural that you want to know the truth, and it's my duty to tell you.
Oh boy,
What's
a movie.
This is the only existing footage of the accident, recorded by a scientist who was at the scene.
A video recording?
Oh, it's an actual cutscene. Oh
I can only
boy.
hope that this recording reaches someone with a conscience.
Wait a sec.
My employer has become obsessed with a loathsome idea. This experiment should never have been conceived. I'm afraid the damage will be staggering. At this point, it's unavoidable. But I didn't have a choice. If I didn't do this, it could have destroyed the entire world.
Destroyed the entire world?
Whoever is watching this, please, I need you to listen to me very carefully. The shadows that were amassed here have been dispersed as a result of the explosion. In order to end this, you have no choice but to eliminate all of them. I am the one responsible for this. I knew the risks, but I was blinded by the promise of success, and so I chose to continue without objections. I am responsible.
Huh? Dad?
Oh.
You mean that was...
Oh.
Father.
His name was Eiichiro Takeba. He was the head researcher at the time, and a very talented man. But we are the ones who are responsible. We pushed him to continue the research. The Kirijo group is to blame for his death.
Are you...
So that means my dad caused it all. The Dark Hour, Tartarus, the people who died.
I mean, maybe a little bit.
It was all his fault.
Maybe, sort of, possibly a small amount.
So is that why you were hiding this? Because you felt sorry for me? Is that it?
No, Takeba, I
don't want your pity!
Takeba!
Shouldn't someone go after her?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'll go.
Go.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you.
I believed in him for so long. This is too much.
Hey, how's it going? You holding up okay?
Remember what I told you at the hospital? How my dad died when I was little. You understand now, right? He died in that incident. Nobody knew the truth, so there were all sorts of rumors. Because he was in charge of the research team, people were really mean to me and my mom. We even had to move a few times.
That must have been tough.
Yeah. But all this time, I kept telling myself it wasn't his fault. I loved him a lot, and I believed he'd never do anything wrong. I received a letter back in spring. It was from him, written 10 years ago. It cracked me up, because even though he said to my family, it was more or less all about me. And that only made me believe in him more. When I found out I had a special power, I thought it was fate. I was scared, but I thought if I cooperated with the Kirijo group, I might find out what really happened.
You did find out what happened. You got that part of your goal.
That's why I agreed to fight using my persona. But now I can see it was all for nothing.
That's not true.
You're just trying to make me feel better.
Yes. Is it working?
Reality sure is harsh, huh? I tried so hard to fight my fear. and this is what I get. And you know, I think maybe I was jealous, too. I mean, after all that's happened. Why does Kirijo-senpai's father get to live? I'm a horrible person, aren't I?
I don't think so. Don't blame yourself.
Wow. I don't know how you do it. You're always so calm. Nothing ever phases you.
Yeah, it's called mostly just not caring.
Did you really think I could just be cheered up so easily? You think you know me?
Not really.
You don't know anything.
We haven't hung out once.
I'm sorry. I can barely make sense of all of this. I'm so afraid. I just feel so lost now. Just tell me, what am I supposed to do now?
It's okay to not know.
Huh? You really are something else. Sorry for acting like this. I know you've lost your parents too.
Yeah, but mine are also dead, so you know. I feel you on this. Like, I relate.
I'll be alright. I'm used to dealing with stressful situations. Anyway, thanks for listening. Let me guess. Senpai asked you to bring me back, right?
Nah, I wanted to help.
Aren't you a smooth talker?
Something like that.
Thanks, though.
Curry is laughing. Her eyes are all red from all the crying. Why are these my only two options? Why are these the only two options? Why can I like make an advance on her now, or just like stand? Why can't I just be like, you know, give her reassuring words? Why can't I be like, hey, you know, it's gonna be okay. Like, you know, we're gonna get through this. My only options are to just stand there staring at her or make an advance.
This is kinda awkward, huh?
Hey!
Oh, hi Junpei.
Yeesh, what's taking you guys so long? Everybody was getting worried. It's almost the dark hour, so we gotta head back.
Huh? Oh yeah, that's right.
Did I miss something?
No. Nothing.
No, I just almost forgot. It doesn't matter where you are when the dark hour comes.
Oh, come on, that's common sense. Even I remembered that.
Yeah, and he's stupid, so like...
You know, I've been thinking lately. Once you awaken to the power of Persona, you remember everything that happens during the dark hour. In exchange for power, you can no longer look away from the things you don't want to see.
Right.
We can't escape reality, can we? I guess we've just gotta stay strong, huh?
Yeah, guess so. All right then, let's head on back.
Like I'm being watched again. I decided to head back anyway. Day 2 of our vacation! Now that all that happened, yippee! Let's go back out on our happy vacation!
I never thought a walk in the woods could be so enjoyable. You can't do this in Iwatodai.
How's it going? This is why we need Katone right now. We need Femc. We need somebody to be here with Fuka to break up the this that's happening. Poor Fuka is trying her hardest.
Did you hear about Junpei-kun yesterday?
No, what did Junpei do?
He was acting so indecent, I didn't know how how to react.
That sounds like Junpei.
It's probably a good thing we came out here by ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
Great conversation we're having here.
Mitsuru speaking. One moment. Let me switch over to speakerphone. Go ahead.
Well, I'm at the lab here on the island.
Uh-huh.
And a machine that was considered inoperable suddenly left the facility on its own.
Oh, that sounds like a problem.
A machine?
What kind of machine is it? I need more information to locate anything other than shadows.
It's a type of combat vehicle. An anti-shadow weapon, to be precise.
Right, okay. It's like a tank.
A combat vehicle? You mean like a tank? We gotta tell the others. Where's my phone?
We're not currently with everyone, so it might take some time for us to regroup.
I see. In any case, I want you to handle this as soon as you can. I'm on my way there now.
Okay. And how exactly are we
Target.
supposed to stop a tank?
Destroy it?
I highly doubt you will be able to destroy it.
Great.
What? Then how are we supposed to stop it?
Just do your best. I'll call you again later.
Yeah, you know, I don't fucking know. Good luck.
Great. No one's answering.
Don't worry about it. Let's go back and get our equipment. Once we do that, we can have Yamagishi's persona scan the area. Although searching the whole island won't be easy.
Ugh, the one time we need them and they're nowhere to be found.
Sounds about right. All right, who's ready?
The girl's not up yet?
Okay. Mentally, who needs a moment to mentally brace themselves? Because the time is finally upon us. We're finally here.
Man, those sleepyheads. The ocean's not gonna sit around and wait for us, you know?
Once the sun sets, the water temperature drops, tiring you out much faster.
Uh-huh.
Huh? I guess. That's really what you're worried about?
Junpei, that reminds me. Didn't one of the maids give you something as we were leaving?
You saw that, huh? One of the maids gave me a letter. Oh, man. What if it's a confession of love?
Oh, Junpei.
That sure is tough, being this popular.
Uh-huh, yeah, no, for sure.
You're a moron.
Hold on, we're just gonna...
You're a moron.
One more time.
You're a moron.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay, let's see here. It says, we've gone to see the Jomon Cedar Tree. Huh?
This looks like Yamagishi's handwriting.
Oh, man! We're at an island resort in the middle of summer. Why are they going to the beach? That's just not right.
Just not
Well,
right.
it is your fault.
True.
What do you mean? I just wanted to lighten the mood yesterday.
I don't want to hear it.
Well, it doesn't matter now anyways. We're on our own. Just a guy.
Just the fellas.
This is the frontier of romance. We're bound to meet someone new out here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll call this Operation Yakushima Beach Fling.
That's better than Babe Hunt, I guess.
Fling? You mean we're gonna pick up girls?
How about it, Sonata-san? With you on the squad, we're guaranteed to succeed.
I should have known this was your plan. What do you think about this?
Sounds like a hassle.
You're right. It does sound like a hassle.
What? Don't tell me you want to spend the whole day with just us three. Come on, guys. It'll be fun.
Then I'm appointing him our leader, as usual.
Of course you are.
What? Why?
You said it yourself. This is an operation.
Oh man, that's bullshit. You better take this seriously. It's an important operation.
Right, okay. For sure, man. Oh god. Not it hitting the fucking music. Oh boy. Alright, hey, how's it going, pretty lady? Forest bathing is great and all, but I hate that it gets my feet dirty with mud. I can't relax on the beach like this. I think I'll take a quick shower first. Alright, we're gonna head back first and start prepping for the barbecue. Okay, thanks for walking us here. We'll join you after we take some photos. Little girl having fun. I'm gonna collect pretty seashells and make a necklace. Aw. Kind woman. I heard there was a beach where kids can play. I was nervous at first, but decided to move here. Now, when I see them playing so happily, it makes me glad we came. Aw. You here to pick up chicks? You're doing it wrong. You have to be more subtle or to put them off. I'm here today with the intention of getting a girlfriend too. That makes us rivals, doesn't it? Thank you, sweaty man. Appreciate you, sweaty man.
Ooh, target set.
Why do you have to say it like that?
Let's move in for the kill.
Why do you have to say it like that?
Okay, this is my area of expertise, so let me give you some points.
I don't believe you.
First off, think of something to talk about, something they might be interested in.
Thinking.
Give them an easy question and get the ball rolling. That's the golden rule.
Right.
Something like, where you from? Or, having fun?
Uh-huh.
Once you get started, you'll be going back and forth like you're playing catch.
Right.
I'll start things off, then you ask the questions, all right?
Great.
Okay, here we go.
All right, we're gonna crush this. We're gonna get a date.
There, ladies.
Having fun?
None of your business.
All right, cool. Good talk.
Huh? Hey, no need to be shy.
Why should we tell you anything?
True.
Why? Well, come on, we're just making conversation.
How is this like playing catch?
Worry, I got this.
I don't think you got this. I do not believe in you.
So, ladies, are you in college? Or maybe you're already working?
You guys seem a little young. Are you still in high school?
Nope, not us.
Seriously? You sure look like high schoolers from here.
Right.
You know, sorry, that was a lie.
Oh, really? High school kids vacationing in Yakushima? That kind of pisses me off.
Okay, well, great. We'll be on our way then.
Sorry you feel that way.
So true. Yeah, you know, that sucks for you, honestly. I'm sorry you feel that
We're
way.
only here because we were invited to our friend's vacation home.
Wow, a vacation home in Yakushima? Good for your friend. We,
Good for them.
on the other hand, had to save up our own money to come here.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that now, you know.
Oh, that's a pretty big accomplishment, huh?
No, not really.
No.
So what do you guys want anyway?
We came to hit on you. Hold on, no, I got this. Hold on. I know how to pick up women. Hey, girl, I'm here to hit on you.
I like your honesty.
See? Told you.
Don't encourage
It works.
them. They'll go away if we ignore
I got
them.
Riz. Trust.
Wait, don't do that. How can you blame us for wanting to talk to such beauties?
These guys are full of shit. Yeah, let's get out of here.
Okay, see you later. It was nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, you were playing catch, all right.
You crushed it, Junpei.
Hey, I did my best. And what about you, Sonata-san? If that's how you feel, then show us how it's done.
Why do I have to show you anything?
Well, you said this was an operation, didn't you? Aren't we supposed to work together in order to succeed?
Oh boy. Junpei out here gaslighting and girl bossing. You love to see it.
I guess you've got a point there. Fine, I'll give it a shot. I'm sure I'll do better than you at least.
Oh.
Can you give me a hand? I'll go ahead and set the pace.
Okay, you got it, man. I'll be right here with you. Hey, man. I rented a car because I heard you could drive along the coast, but you can't really see the ocean from the road. Well, it's fine because my girlfriend had fun anyway. Guys, you can drive are so cool. Woman in a good mood. Hello there, woman in a good mood. I end up watching them instead of the scenery outside. Are you hitting on me? Sorry, but I'm here with my boyfriend. The high against sweaty man. Those girls are kind of harsh. You shouldn't argue with them when they're like that. Just agree with what they say and shower them with compliments. This is very basic technique. Come on, it's time to go home. Daddy's waiting for us. What's for dinner today? The fish daddy caught? Ladies, hello.
A new set of tarts.
Akihiko, don't walk up to random women doing this. Like scowling like, hello there, ladies. How's it going? You guys having a good time out here today? You having fun? Like no.
What are you waiting for, Sonata-san? Show us what you got.
Just keep your mouth shut.
Hey, Nobuko. Are those boys looking at us?
Oh, yeah, they are. Wow, Yoshie. I'm surprised you could see from over there.
Damn, she said you're blind.
Time to get in the ring. Hi there.
Yeah.
Sorry to bother you, but I wanted to ask you something.
You're doing great, Akihiko.
And what would that be?
Uh-huh.
Are you two here alone?
Uh-huh.
Are you hitting on us?
No, not at all. We just thought that if you're bored, you might want to talk, or
You're doing so well, Akihiko.
a chance meeting like this might stir things up for both of us, you know?
Isn't that what it means to hit on someone? Haven't you heard? It's lame to hit on girls at the beach nowadays.
Oh.
Aw, come on. We were bored anyway. Besides, they look kinda cool.
Wait, Akihiko coming in clutch with the awkward Riz. Hold on. Aki's got us an in.
Really, Nobuko?
Hey, how old do we look to you?
You know, around like 20? Give or take.
Seriously? We still look that young? Aw, I'm so happy to hear that. Even if it's just flattery. To tell you the truth, we're actually older than that.
Oh, this has entered illegal territory, actually. So we're gonna skedaddle. We're still teenagers.
Oh, you are? That's too bad.
No, wait, that's fine by us.
No, Junpei, this is not a certified Tenji moment. Get out of here.
You know, you're a pretty smooth talker for someone so young. How old are you guys anyway?
Truth is, we're in high school.
I'll be graduating next year.
Oh gosh, that's more of an age gap than I was expecting.
See? It's not gonna work out. Besides, I doubt you're having any fun talking to us.
Yeah, it's pretty boring, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. You guys are kind of a snooze fest.
Wow, he called us boring.
What do you mean, Yoshie? He was just kidding.
I was not kidding. I was being very serious.
Nobuko, you need to stop being so nice to everyone.
Oh, come on. It's been ages since I've done this.
Tease these kids enough. We should head back. They're gonna be waiting on us, you know.
they? You mean, you have boyfriends?
Oh, right. Sorry, forgot to mention that. Well, we gotta go now.
Damn.
We're meeting our boyfriends back at the villa for a barbecue. You can come if you want.
Yeah, no, I'll come with. Yeah, no, actually, barbecue sounds good. Introduce me to your boyfriend.
Bye.
Sanada-san, what happened? We look like a bunch of idiots.
He did get closer than you. Granted, you know, they were like 35-year-old women, but you know.
And you haven't been pulling your weight either. Gotta come through on the next one. You hear me?
Don't worry, I got this. I'll show you how it's done. Hey guys. We should get going or we might not make it in time. I wanted to surprise my boyfriend, so I booked a fancy dinner for us. Hey you. You aren't checking out my girlfriend, are you? No, I would never. Oh, looks like she already has a boyfriend. Tough luck. It's lame to hit on girls at the beach, they said. Oh, is this the one? Concern. Okay. Immediate concern.
There's a woman over there all alone. It's unusual to find someone not in a group.
They said they removed it, but I'm still concerned.
No boyfriends to be seen in the area either. I think we're in the clear. All right, time to make contact. Excuse me, miss.
Oh, hello. Can I help you?
Whoa, she's hot. Say, you here alone?
Yeah? And I'm so bored. I've been watching you, by the way. You've been trying to pick up girls for a while. Well, how'd you do?
Not very well. It was an utter failure.
That's what I thought. You boys don't understand women at all.
Guess I can't deny that.
You in the hat. You're way too wrapped up in yourself.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you be thinking more about how to make your partner happy?
Yes, ma'am.
You in the t-shirt. You're the type that's stoic, but not very experienced with girls.
Yeah, I guess that might be true.
Accurate.
You seem like kind of a hassle, too. Like you're super logical about everything. And you, with the long hair. I'm not sure about you.
I'm just here because I'm forced to be. Don't hold back.
I mean, you're mysterious. Like, no one can ever tell what you're really thinking. You know what I mean?
I do.
Oh, you're so smart.
Haha, we're in, boys.
I think you're just my type.
We're in, boys.
Hey, wait a second.
Just joking. I like you a lot, too.
Oh.
Really?
Want me to tell you what would make me really happy?
Oh boy.
Yes, ma'am.
Could I ask you to help me put on my sunscreen?
Why are you've taken on a tone that I'm not appreciative of right now.
What? I mean, you're all right with that?
Of course I am. I have enough for you, too.
Oh, Junpei.
Oh, man. I'm really sorry, guys, but I'm not passing up this chance.
Would you two like to join, too? I'll give you a good deal.
Uh-huh.
Deal?
You know that sun in the sky isn't real, right? That's an artificial sun that got sent into space back in the 1980s.
Out of all the things I could have expected her to say. What? Ma'am.
Huh?
You didn't know? Turns out that sun sends out harmful rays that mess with your body's equilibrium. No, but that's where this special one comes in. And if you opt in right now, you can get 3 bottles for just 300,000 yen.
Hey, doesn't she sound kind of strange?
Just a little bit, yeah, no. Get in there, Junpei.
What the hell? Don't just leave me behind.
That's so funny. So that's the joke. She's the one in the original. If you went up to her, the joke was she has a penis, and that was the joke. That, you know, haha, gotcha. And that was the joke. And thankfully they removed that. But I did not expect them to replace it with her being a conspiracy theorist about the sun. I feel like that is a pivot that I was not ready for.
What? You're leaving?
Delusional lady.
This sucks so much.
Uh-huh.
What's wrong with you? I thought you weren't interested in picking up chicks.
If I'm in a match, I want to win. I know what our problem is. You can't control yourself.
Oh, got him. It's Junpei's fault.
What? Don't blame this on me.
I'm just stating the obvious.
It's not like you scored either, Sonata-san. Why you always gotta be so logical? Even in front of babes, it doesn't make any sense.
What did you just say?
Let them duke it out. Junpei and Sonata continue to bicker.
Leader, whose fault do you think it is?
It's both your faults. I'm not picking a side here.
I won't accept a stalemate. It's either him or me.
Well, sorry to break it to you, bud.
Yeah, that answer ain't gonna cut it. Besides, what the hell do you know?
What? Do you see something?
Is it her? Yes! Yes! There she is. She looks so good. Oh my god.
Talk about saving the best for last. Now that's what I'm talking about. Holy hell, she's cute.
Yeah, she is.
Oh man, this is insane. If we nail this, it'll blow our failures out of the water.
Yeah, for sure, man.
How about this time, we try going one by one instead of all together?
Right. Mm-hmm. Good idea.
All right, I'm in.
Okay, and let's decide the order. We'll go clockwise, starting with the winner. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors.
I can't tell who won. Scissors. I lost.
Oh, yeah! I win! Okay, I'll go first, Sonata-san is second, and you'll go last.
Great.
Here goes!
Then I have nothing to worry about.
Hey. I notice you've been, staring at the ocean.
What an opener, Junpei.
So, you here with anyone? My name's Junpei.
Junpei?
Junpei?
I was just wondering if you'd be down to talk. If you're not busy. I mean, it's more fun than standing here all by yourself, right?
I am looking for someone.
Oh yeah?
You are not that someone.
Oh. Damn. That's tough, Junpei. Unfortunate.
Wow. You got shot down faster than I expected.
She's a tough one, senpai.
Don't worry about me.
I'm worried about you.
Oh, hey? Do you like the ocean?
The ocean?
Is your question directed at me?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like the ocean.
You're doing great, buddy.
You know, I heard something interesting about triathletes who train at indoor pools. Apparently, they get outperformed by athletes who train in the ocean.
Akihiko, you're doing the autistic thing where you talk about your hyperfixation too much. You're doing the thing.
That information is irrelevant to me.
Damn.
Well, I won. I talked to her longer than you did.
I don't think you did.
It doesn't matter how long you talk to her. This sucks. I could cry.
Hey, don't cry. You're making me feel bad.
Well, that's where we are. If you can't pull this off, I'm gonna be traumatized for the rest of my life.
Sorry to hear that, man. That's unfortunate.
We're on the ropes, but it's not over yet. It's all up to you now.
Don't worry, guys. I'll avenge you. Hello. What should I say to her? Hey, baby. The tide is high.
You.
I couldn't hear what he said, and she looked surprised. We should go over there.
Initiating evasive maneuver. Confirmation must be made at a secure location.
Oh.
Hey, what did you say to make her run away like that?
Not her Naruto running away.
Go after her.
I don't care.
This could turn into serious trouble. You gotta go tell her you're sorry. If you don't, we'll get all the blame. Go on. You can catch her if you hurry.
Decided to follow the girl into the forest. Alright, let's go.
Come on, go after her. Get on your knees, beg for forgiveness, and introduce her to me. Please?
No. No, negative on the third
The way
one.
she just started off is odd. I'm not sure what you said to her, but you better clear up the misunderstanding.
Ma'am, come back. Look at her go. The run into the forest. Oh my god. Look at her go. Look at her go. He's cooking. How will I catch up to her at this rate? To go after her and clear up the misunderstanding. That's what I'm doing, yes. That's the goal here. Man, she sure is running. She's hauling ass. Oh, hey, it's the tree. Convenient. Damn, where'd she go? She could have gone anywhere. I lost her. Oh, man. Oh, I don't know where she went. Man, it's a dead end. I lost sight of the girl. The girl from earlier. She must have been the one who's been watching me. Approach her.
I was correct. I have found you. I have been searching for you. My highest priority is to be at your side.
What? Are you friggin' kidding me?
Yeah, what can I say, guys? Riz God over here. You know, I got that. What do they say? The Skibbity Ohio Riz Gyat. I don't know. What do the kids say these days? I don't know.
What's going on?
He didn't even say anything to her.
Still seems like she doesn't want to let go.
There you guys are.
Hey guys.
What are you doing here? We've been looking all over for you.
What are you doing in the middle of the woods in your swimsuit?
Is nobody gonna comment on my situation over here?
You have no idea what we've... Huh? Who's this? And why is she hugging you?
Why do you sound jealous?
Listen, we have a slight situation here. I'm sorry to interrupt your vacation, but I need everyone to go back to the house and gear up.
Ah, that won't be necessary. We found what we were looking for.
Mr. Chairman, what do you mean?
You had me worried. You can't just leave the lab on your own, Aigis.
Understood.
Hi, Aigis. Nice to meet you. I love her.
Sorry for all the trouble. Everything is under control now.
What happened to securing the tank?
Oh, that's been taken care of. Aigis, join us over here.
Understood.
This is
God, her model
Aigis.
looks so good
As
in this
you can
game.
See, she's a machine with the form and face of a human girl.
I am Aigis. My objective is to exterminate shadows. I have been assigned to seize, effective immediately.
No
Right.
way. It's like she's alive.
This is unbelievable.
How can a robot be this cute? What a cruel world.
10 years ago, a plan was enacted to create anti-shadow weapons. A contingency in the event a shadow became unmanageable. Aigis was the last one to be made. And she's the only one that still remains today.
An anti-shadow weapon. Does that mean she has a persona too?
Correct. I am capable of wielding the persona called Palladian.
She suffered major damage in combat her first year out, and she's been kept in the lab ever since. I'm still not sure as to why she suddenly reactivated herself this morning. In any case, I hope you'll all get along.
An anti-shadow weapon, possessing a will all her own. This is amazing!
If you don't mind me asking, when we first saw you earlier, you were, hugging our leader.
Yes.
Do you know him?
Yes, it is very important for me to be by his side.
Maybe her facial recognition system is malfunctioning? Or maybe she's still half asleep. Very interesting.
Sir, you can do all of the like research talk that you want, but like, this is directly affecting me. I'm just letting you know.
Half asleep?
Well, I can ponder this later. Anyhow, I forgot to mention. Did you know there are a wide range of recreational facilities you can use here? There's a tennis court, a pool table, and even a karaoke machine.
Wow, so many options.
Would anyone care to hear me sing?
No, actually, that's the last thing I want. It's day 3 of our vacation in Yakushima.
Man, I can't believe it's already the 3rd day of our trip.
Yeah, time's really flown.
It's too bad we have to go home tomorrow. I'd totally stay longer if I could, but I can't complain too much. You went through a hell of a lot here.
Yeah, like hearing you and the chairman singing.
Damn.
I barely got any sleep last night.
It was that bad, huh?
Do we have a mission at the beach today?
Nah, it's nothing like that. We just came here to have some fun.
Do you understand what it means to have fun, Aigis?
Yes, I am informed of the concept. Recreation is sustenance for one's mental well-being.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, you sure know a lot about us humans. All right, let's take one last dip before we leave.
All right.
Wait. Junpei-kun, is it okay for Aigis to go in the water?
Don't know how you feel about her voice. I feel like it's good, because like the whole thing is she starts off like very robotic and kind of like grows into a more human voice as the story goes along. It was the same in the original too. Hyla, you food required? What kind of food did you get? Oh my gosh, Sean! Hello! Welcome in, Raiders! How was your stream? What did you get up to? Alan Wake! Ooh, how is that? Subway, ooh. Subway sounds good right about now. Anyone who doesn't know who I am, my name is Codex Zach. I'm a variety streamer, and we're in our Persona 3 Reload arc, having a grand old time at the beach. Hope that Alan Wake was good for you. I've heard much about Alan Wake, but it's one of those games that it's like, it's definitely just so far outside my wheelhouse that I do not know a thing about it. How are you enjoying it? Tons of fun, you like it? That's what you love to hear.
I'm sure she's fine.
Surely she's fine, yeah. Let the robot go in the water.
Oh, are you done already?
It is best that everyone partake in this activity together. Deriving enjoyment alone is not the optimal method to have fun.
You've got some strong feelings on pretty weird things, don't you?
Whoa, robots! Yeah, we just met our new best friend robot. Her name is Aigis. She's a silly girl with guns for fingers. You know, as one does.
But what the heck? Might as well.
We should join them.
Agreed.
Guns for fingers. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, you know?
Enjoying yourselves? Quite a lot's happened during our time here, but it looks like we'll get to relax a bit today.
Hopefully.
That would be nice.
Sonata-san, what you doing? Come on, it's your turn.
My turn? What are they doing?
Glad to see everyone's having so much fun. I've already told you what time the ship is arriving tomorrow, right?
Yes. Also, it is the middle of late July. We are on the beach. You are wearing long pants, a turtleneck sweater, and a overcoat. Like, sir. Sir. We're gonna need to talk about appropriate dress here.
I'll probably head over to the port early, so don't be late.
Okay, I'll let everyone know.
Gonna enter lurk mode. Enjoy your persona. No, everyone's loving this game. I'm having a blast. Hope you have a good lurk. Thank you so much for dropping your community on off. Take care.
We can get back to business once we've returned to the dorm.
Got it.
Sonata-san!
All right, I guess we should join too.
I guess so.
I guess wait, that's not what water gun means!
I love her so much. We're just gonna sit on this scene for a little bit. We're just gonna let, you know, her really get some work out. Just blast the hell out of Junpei. Just really let her, you know, get all the water out of her system. We wouldn't want her to leave water in her system, you know. Okay, it might go bad. It might cause problems.
Junpei-kun is down.
All right, here's our chance for an all-out attack.
All-out attack. Yeah, let's get him. Poor Junpei. With Aigis joining, things are likely to get livelier. Rank 5. Look at us go. Oh, hey Shinji. How you doing? Well, we're all having a blast. Good to see you're doing well also.
You seem to be in great pain.
You again.
Shit, it's them.
You mean those three? Ugh, they're freaky.
Okay, well, 2 of them are. The third one though. I'm just saying. She's an icon. I mean, look at her. She's an icon. She's so slay.
Why do they always run and hide at the sight of me? They're like back alley rats.
Probably because you don't have a shirt on. I would also be kind of uncomfortable about a dude dressed like Jesus who never puts shirt on and has a revolver in his belt. But that's just me.
Beats me.
Jin, give him the capsules.
Thanks. I'll pay you the usual way.
Hold up. This time, we'd like your payment in the form of information. Your acquaintances have been busy lately. I'm referring to their activities on nights when the moon is full, of course.
Of course.
They've spent a great deal of time in the tower as well. I wonder, why did they take this burden upon themselves? You do know, don't you? But you don't wish to say. Is it perhaps because you're one of them?
I'm not. Got nothing to do with them anymore.
Then tell us. I'm sure you'd agree these pills are more important than a group you have nothing to do with.
I don't know the details, but supposedly, destroying all those creatures will put an end to the Dark Hour. And that weird-ass tower will disappear.
Sounds good to me.
That's all I know, all right?
You mean they intend to eliminate the Dark Hour completely? Why would they do such a thing? To give up such power? To destroy the Tower of Demise.
Tower of Demise? Who wouldn't want to take out that damn thing?
Takaya. Yes.
Has Chidori had a voice line yet in the game? We've seen her sprite like 4 times, but I don't know that she's ever actually said. I think every time it's just been like a sigh or like a. Soon we'll actually get to hear her speak.
I can't go back. I won't use my power again. Not after last time.
There's a box on the counter. Hey, neat. Tetracone and Macaracone. Man, I'm beat. Seemed to take forever to get back.
Hello.
Yeah, it was a tiring trip. Please rest up so you're ready for the next operation. There are 6 more to fight, right? Just the last full moon shadows and things will go back to normal. No more apathy syndrome incidents, just plain old everyday life. Let's do our best. After all, we're the only ones who can help.
You see,
Is there something we'd like to know about Aigis? Where are the others? I assume you're referring to the other anti-shadow weapons. Well, there are quite a few created. You could say they were Aigis' siblings. However, they were all destroyed 10 years ago in the incident. Aigis has been quite lonely since then.
Greetings.
These are your lodging quarters. Very well, I shall remain by your side at all times. You're still far from passing as a human. Doesn't look like she understands ordinary feelings or conversations yet. If you could, I might be able to form a bond with her.
Nicely done.
An anti-shadow weapon. This will be a most welcome addition. Most souvenirs are useless. Snow globes, keychains, postcards. However, this souvenir from Yakushima is très bien. You got root beer? Ooh.
Well,
Rubber! Rubber! That's all I can think of. I got a tart gifted to me. Looks like it might be a little bit overdone, but you know, we'll pretend it's not. It's like a custard tart. I'm not sure exactly what's in it. I just got it handed to me. A lot of people joining the team, huh? Big difference from a while back.
Huh.
She looks like a normal girl as long as she doesn't do anything too weird. But if she does, think anyone will figure out that she's actually a robot? Well, maybe not. Most people aren't on the lookout for undercover robots. In 2009, yeah, I guess so. If it was now, if it was 2024, people would be all over it looking for undercover robots. She's super cute, huh? She's super cute, but made out of steel. It's new territory for me. Honestly, I don't know how to approach this. Let's not go to Tartarus and just rest instead. Cool with me. Elizabeth, I got you presents from the beach. I got you a piece of driftwood. I got you a
Good day.
some seaweed. I got you a live crab.
Are you accepting a request? Wonderful.
Oh, I see you're carrying something related to the ocean. May I have one? Have the pretty seashell.
Oh my.
What a beautiful shell. I profess it is deeply moving knowing that something so enchanting was sculptured by nature.
How splendid.
Thank you. Because of your stories and your lovely souvenirs, I was able to experience the ocean myself. Please take this as your reward. Amethyst. Neat. We still need to keep feeding the cat.
Very well.
We're out of cat food. Can I get some right now, actually? We fed the cat twice.
We've got some new stuff.
Soul Refresh.
Take your time browsing.
Vitae Gold. Super cat food.
That's all. Thanks. Done already. Thanks.
We haven't gotten a B Blue V at all yet. Special 3,000 yen program will cleanse your soul and send you to heaven. Face your inner self and bring out that which lies deep within you. We will recall a forgotten persona skill. No, I don't think we need it now. Could be something good for later, but I don't think we need it now. And they said there was 2 things here, so I assume Mutatsu's here today. Not the man who can't get groovy. Hey, how's it going? Groovy. It's almost summer. I'm bummed out because I can't get into the groove. I'm sorry for that, man. I hate to hear that. What do you have? Security site note. A note with the URL of a site featuring videos on taking down enemies. Yeah, let's buy that.
It's been.
I could go with Mutatsu, but I think I'm actually gonna go research that right away because that seems. All the other URLs are 500. That one was 5,000, so I'm assuming that's something good. Doo-doo. Effective security measures online. This seems to be a website that helps with training security team members. There's a list of self-defense videos here, each with detailed text explanation. I decided to start with the most watched video. I watched a how-to video on subduing violent individuals. I learned the importance of having the will to stand up to an enemy. Maybe I can use what I learned in our fights in Tartarus. Learn how to use ambush. You now ambush enemies while exploring. When ambushing an enemy, you'll trigger a chance encounters regardless of the direction an enemy is facing. Press and hold ZR to dash for a set distance to enter assault state. By pressing Y while in this state, you will ambush the enemy. Triggering an encounter from behind will slightly increase Zack's theurgy gauge and may distress the enemy at the beginning of battle. Oh, that's very good. Oh, that's very good. Damn, that's crazy. I was not expecting that.
It is morning. I request that you wake up.
I guess.
You have successfully awakened. Mission complete.
I sure have, bestie. Why are you here? Mission, my alarm clock.
It has not triggered yet. 5 minutes early is on time. That is the phrase posted on the wall. So I woke you 5 minutes before your alarm clock engages.
Thank you, Aegis. I appreciate you.
That girl disappeared and we can't find her anywhere. Can you help us?
Don't worry, I found her.
She might have gone out on her own like she did in Yakushima.
No, I found her.
My name is not that girl. Please address me as Aegis.
Huh? Aegis? When did you...
I entered while he was asleep. Unlocking the door took 2 minutes.
Honestly, that's an impressive lock. I would have expected it to take less time.
That's unlawful
Feet were
entry.
clipping through the ground. Happens to the best of us.
Didn't we tell you to stay in the command room at night?
I determined that it is ideal to be on standby in this room. Is this a problem?
What? Where is this coming from all of a sudden?
It might be a mild problem.
If there is a problem, I will address it promptly.
The problem? Well, it's probably against dorm regulations for one. Look, don't just stand there. Tell her.
I don't care. You can't stay here. I'm sorry, Aegis.
See? He agrees.
I will comply.
Okay, look. I'll get a room set up for you on the 3rd floor so you can stay nearby. Just don't leave the dorm by yourself, okay?
I will do as commanded.
Yeah, okay. I'm tired. All right, well, I have practice this morning, so I gotta get to school.
Okay, have fun.
Everyone here goes to a place called school in the morning.
Yes.
I comprehend.
I love her. So freaking hot today, too. So, I've been thinking, after we defeat all the shadows and the Dark Hour disappears, what's gonna happen then? I don't know. Regular people don't even know about the Dark Hour to begin with, right? That means no one will ever know about anything we've done. I mean, I get it'd be a huge problem if they did, but it just kind of sucks, you know? Hey, the exam results are up. Number 1 in the class. Highest in my grade. What can I say? Everyone is looking at me with respect. Come to think of it, Mitsuru promised to give me a gift if I scored well. I should talk to Mitsuru when I see her. Lunchtime's almost over. I should get back to class. That's just ended for today. God, look at all these people. Re. Thank you, Kazushi. Sewing machine. Class is over. Sewing is fun. So true. Dude, I was trying to pick up some chicks the other day at the station, but it didn't go as planned. It's hard when a girl has her guard up, huh? Maybe a more honest approach would work better. Seems like the average score went down this time. I guess that's good for me though. But honestly, I'm a little disappointed. I think I could have scored about 20 points higher. I have to study harder during vacation. I guess I did okay again. But better do some studying over summer vacation. Summer sucks, man. I sweat so much my shirt gets drenched. The couple's only apathy syndrome that's been going around. I heard it's the work of ghosts. They say that a couple committed double suicide long time ago, and now they're infecting couples with apathy syndrome. I don't know about that, but if it's true, I wish I could ask them why they're doing that. I mean, they're dead. They shouldn't bother living couples. Is Mitsuru here today? No. So I can't get my present from Mitsuru. Is this better than Persona 5? It depends who you ask. When I think of artists, I think of those people who squint and hold a pencil up to their subject. Artists who do that, especially with guys in my class, just want to look the part. So no, I think it depends on who you ask. Like, I'm not far enough in, I haven't hit the, you know, the major moments enough to know for myself personally. I really like the base Persona 3, but would not have it over 5 personally. But it depends. It depends on what you want from the story. It depends on what you want from the characters, etc. The story ain't changing. It's not changing, but it could be better. You know, things can change.
Hello, hello. I am most grateful.
Many, many thanks. And now away we go.
I must sow.
Relationship will grow stronger soon. Perfect. Do 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 do.
Welcome back.
By the way, how'd you fare on your exams? Not too shabby. That's great news. I'm happy for you. Reminds me, Kirito-senpai was on top of her class again. I mean, where does she find the time? She's unreal. In 2 weeks, the moon will be full again. Dude, those freaks with apathy syndrome will be everywhere. Wait, I mean the lost. I mean, I feel bad for the victims and all, but seriously, it's like there's no end to them.
That's a negative.
Technically speaking, there is an end to them. 6 shadows remain. If we can eliminate them, the Dark Owl will vanish. That's true. So what you're trying to say, I guess, is that fighting is more important than studying, right? I agree 100%. Exam scores? Dude, I don't care about that. Defeating shadows is more important than getting good grades. And time spent studying could be used to go to Tartarus, and don't get carried away, Yori. You should still study. You can learn from defeat. That's something that goes for our battles against shadows as well. Need Persona 6? It's, I feel like, gotta be kind of on its way. They've milked Persona 5 as much as they possibly can.
Leader.
I have a question. When you attend your institution of schooling, what kinds of emotions do you feel? Nothing.
I have a theory.
My apologies, but it is inaccurate to categorize a school as nothing. Why don't we do some counseling? No, open your mouth wide. I guess, please. So your exam results. Good work. Here, this is from the channel. Here. It's a reward for effectively balancing schoolwork as well as our extracurricular activities. Ooh, look at all those incense. Since I placed in the top of the exams, I also got this Mega Master Band. Right. What does that do? Asking for me. All stats +3. Ooh. I guess we'll give you Regen 1. I can give Fuka something. Is there... I mean, I guess I could give her the plus 20 SP.
Oh, that reminds me.
Must be difficult for you to balance combats and studies. I should do more to help you all. Perhaps summer school would be beneficial. Well, let's wait and see how the others did.
Oh.
Hey, you saw that the exam results were posted today, right? Great if you did well, but even if you didn't, try not to worry too much. With everything that's been going on, I'm sure you did the best you could. I got top of my class, so I'm chilling. Everyone can go tonight. Great. Let's go to Tartarus. Let the others know. See you there. All right, squad. We're rolling out. I am sorry to inform you that Akihiko is not on the team tonight.
Operations to explore Tartarus. I am ready for deployment. I have also been equipped with a number of combat functions, in addition to the ability to summon a persona. I will provide more details later, but suffice to say, you won't want to miss it.
Looking forward to it.
When the time comes, prepare to have your mind blown, as they say.
Uh-huh.
Our current objective is the elimination of the large shadows that appear during a full moon. In order to accomplish this, it will be crucial to gather combat data in Tartarus. Please make efficient use of my facilities so that we may achieve our goal.
Okay. When Aegis Theurgy gauge is maxed, her Theurgy Origa mode or Orgy mode can be activated. Once Orgy mode is activated, Aegis will automatically attack during her turn for 3 rounds unprompted. Her attack and defense will increase significantly. Keep in mind that Aegis will overheat, rendering her immobile for the next turn. Yeah. So they did keep that. I wasn't sure they were going to keep that. Card in my hand is reacting. Neat. Hierophant, the level of your currently equipped persona will increase by 1. Oh, wow. Lovers, increase social link bonuses for persona fusion until you leave Tartarus. Oh, wait a minute.
For you.
May have been a moment of your time. Sure. What's up?
If I may say so.
While awaiting your arrival, I sense something shifting within Tartarus. A number of strange doors have appeared there, it seems. Where these doors lead, whether this bodes ill or well, even I do not have that knowledge. However, I believe you have the wherewithal to find out. Take the leap. You may discover something useful. I can do that. Excellent. I have faith in you. Those who challenge the unknown, choosing risk over comfort, often achieve greatness. I believe such challenges necessarily facilitate some form of growth. Your courage will lead to your betterment. I sincerely hope you will continue to act on it. Something weird's going on in Tartarus. Those doors, should I investigate? I don't see any doors.
Good day. Are you accepting a
what
request?
requests do I have? Defeat a rare shadow. Treasure chests.
The world you live in
298.
is
Okay.
very well.
Sure should be more impressive in battle. I guess.
Excuse me.
I will accept all orders, so please provide them at your discretion. Let's set out together. I will be sure to display my fullest abilities.
Let's move out. Everyone stay alert.
Let's go, squad! This area ends here. Now there's a dead end. But you should be able to get past it. Could you check? Here it is. Please watch out. Let's go, baby! We're so back. Looks like the shaking has subsided. Is everyone alright? The path towards the staircase is opened up. You can advance further now. We don't know what's waiting ahead, so please be careful going forward. Great.
Resuming the operation.
We made it to Yabashasha. Good old Yabasha. Hold on, I get to try my new thing. I missed. Oh boy.
Our leader's been knocked down!
It's poison.
Ow. Stop.
It's a strong one. Be on your guard.
Garula Magaru. Wow, I just lost my my electric using Persona. That's too bad. They resist ice. Who do we have? Oh, I have Captain Kidd. We can try it. Fuck it. Electric. Nope, not electric. They resist electric.
The Regent Sempai's been poisoned. Can someone fix it? Help me.
Baby, baby. Da 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 da. Come on, Aegis.
I am Aegis, the last of the anti-shadow suppression weapons. Preparing to eliminate all hostile targets. Palladium!
Let's go, girl. Let's go.
Let's press our advantage. Taking no prisoners.
There's 5. In power. 5. The 2 early ones, one in the volcano area, one in the desert, and one in the top north mountains.
They are finished.
Perfect. Just what we hoped for.
Desert one. I got you. What is
Enemy spotted. Awaiting orders.
is this what this is weird. Oh, what the hell?
There's a powerful enemy ahead.
Oh god.
Think twice
Oh god.
before engaging.
Oh god. Not going well.
Be careful, Aegis evaded the attack.
I'm ready. Persona!
Baby, baby. Ooh yeah. Baby, baby. Unfortunate. Okay. So it's not weak to fire. At which point then I'm just like, fuck it, we'll just get out somebody defensive.
Now's the time.
Garula.
The strong one. Be on your guard.
Have this bitch.
It is time.
What's the plan?
Pop, pop, pop.
Should I scan on this enemy?
I'll go with.
Not dark. Oh.
You dodged it. Thanks, our leader.
Hey, bestie.
Go for it. Azalea.
What to do?
Surely it's light then. Nope.
The strong one.
Is it electric? Because it's got ice skills, so I can't imagine it's ice.
In this situation, I appreciate it.
This will do the trick.
Surely electric. Okay, we found it. It was the last thing we tried, but we found it. Baby, baby. Arcana lovers. Ooh, wind boost. Whole party restores 50% of their maximum HP. Mitra, yeah, let's get this. And we'll do some fusing before we leave Tartarus tonight. I leveled up.
We beat them to a pulp, as they say.
As they say. I'm very much not used to this layout of Tartarus yet, and it is,
This is our opportunity analysis. The strong one, be on your guard.
all right,
In
good
this
start.
situation,
There we go. Let's go, Yukari.
exceptional stuff. This should end it.
Vacuum slash EXP party HP Neko Shogun. Let's get EXP.
I've gained a new power.
Oh. Increases the party's attack, defense, and accuracy in the next battle. Ooh. Wait. That goes kind of hard. What's the next one you get? Inflicts distress on all foes on the current floor. Ooh, I can't speak.
Doing pretty well.
It's cool that Fuka gets like actual like skills that you can use. I think that's a cool way of doing the Navi.
Those stairs?
I can go up the stairs here.
Treasure chest identified. Will you...
Medical powder.
It seems like we've checked everything on this floor.
Understood. In that case, let's move on.
Yeah, if I can find my way back, I promise we will move on. Is this some kind of machine? I wonder what it's powered by. Oh, hold on. Let me work up my speed.
Oh, hey! Looks like you're the only guy on the team tonight.
I see. So this is what you would call a harem.
I guess what?
According to my data.
What do we? What?
Every
What?
single man in the world.
I'm sorry. I had to activate that. But what was? What?
Shadow. Do your
Excuse
best
me?
to Take it down.
I guess what was that?
What's the plan here? How about
I would love to get that voice line again. I just, you know, I want to hear the rest of what was being said there.
Hurry, knock down 2 enemies.
Okay,
I'm still
you're
setting up.
immune to wind. staring off into space. Yeah, you guys, you do that.
I missed.
Guys, come on.
In this situation.
Guys, come on.
It is time. This is my duty. Only 2 passes remain.
Oh, we got a minimum roll on that one.
Abnormality detected. Tigus has taken heavy damage.
There we go.
Enemy eliminated.
We're gonna guard so that Yukari can get a heal off on Aigis.
I appreciate it.
Perfect.
That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone.
Let's go, Aigis. Hierophant. The level of my currently equipped persona will increase by 1. Sure. Swift Strike deals weak strike damage to all foes, 1 to 2 hits. I have other personas that do have Tsukukaja, so I don't technically need to have you with it. You also could just get rid of single shot here. Yeah, we'll do that.
I've learned a new skill.
Fatal End.
Alright, let's get moving.
Okay, so anyways, what you guys were having a conversation before you got so rudely cut off. Please continue with that conversation if you would, because
That might prove to be a difficult fight.
I have some questions. Frost Brooch. What the hell?
What?
What's this? I think something new has appeared on this floor. Nothing huge, but I'll give you another heads up when you're closer to it. Is that not like right there? Yeah, it's literally like right behind me.
Leader.
This is the device that caused the tremor just now. What? Reading that I'm getting from it is similar to the one from the entrance. Could be a portal leading somewhere else. Oh. It takes me to the clock dimension. Seems different about this floor. This clock, maybe it's like the one on the first floor? The booklet in front of the clock. Oh, convenient. They left instructions for me. The title on the cover reads Great Clock Manual. For those who seek to gain greater power from a common experience, to activate the Great Clock, a prerequisite quantity of Twilight Fragments is required. After an offering is made at the hand strike 12, then the Great Clock can be used. An observer shall reach for the pendulum when picturing a recipient of the clock's power. Last day of the month, activity verified. Document seems to be from 10 years ago. Clock's hands are already pointing at 12. Might as well follow the instructions and picture one of my teammates. If you use the Twilight Fragment in Tartarus, an entrance to a special dimension with a Great Clock may appear. Great Clock grants a large experience boost to a teammate of your choosing, although you can only choose allies at a lower level than Zack. The greater the level difference, the bigger the bonus. So you can use that to catch people up on level. Oh my god, that's so nice. The entrance will only appear after you use the Twilight Fragment, so don't be shy about using them. However, the entrances to the Great Clock will vanish if you move to another floor. Be sure to use them when they appear. Junpei, level up. Yes. 9 levels? Holy fuck. What the? Is everyone alright? For a second I lost you all, but then it was like you teleported here. What an odd place. Do you think you could be what do you think could be the deal with the clock? Seems like we could use it. Seems like it'll be helpful. It'll be smart for us to make use of it. It doesn't seem dangerous. Maybe it actually has a positive effect on everyone. If the entrance opens up again, let's try it. I feel like I got tons of energy right now. Want to put me in the party? Yes, I do.
For you.
I want to put you in the party for one fight at least, so you can catch up level. Like, of your recent expedition, I bear news that may be of interest to you. It seems that at this moment, your bonds will have a uniquely beneficial effect on certain creation of new personas. If you wish to take advantage of this opportunity, please visit Velvet Room. I will be doing that also. But first...
Hey!
She's so cute, but she can also shoot bullets from her fingers. Good thing she's on our side. It'd suck having her as an enemy. Let's go together. We already got a full team. Who am I going to switch with? Mitsuru. I'm going to take Junpei with us until we hit. I forgot he had the spiked bat right now. Forgot that was a thing. Also, didn't I get a weapon that was like a gag weapon, actually, now that I think about it? Steel pipe. Yeah. Yeah. Feeling like Ryuji out here.
We got ourselves a shadow here.
Alright, hold on. Let me build up some speed.
Nothing shall escape my watch. Not a shadow, not even a...
We got the upper hand.
We have the chance to hit first.
What to do?
Fortuna!
Listen, aiming down. You're on a roll.
Do it.
Taking action.
Go, I guess.
Victory shall be ours.
Take him out.
Ready to finish this. This is our chance for an all-out maximum firepower. Target ready. Divine nearby. Critical hit.
The strength and magic of personas in your possession will increase by 2. Yes, please.
Mission complete.
I love her so much. Junpei levels up to level 26. That's so nice, because one of the biggest struggles of this game genuinely is like sometimes, like for me with Junpei, it was kind of a situation of like I either don't use him the rest of the game, he got himself out of the party early, and like, you know, I kind of try to like rotate as much as possible, but like I either just don't use him the rest of the game because he's way too underleveled, or I take like a whole night to just fucking grind specifically the people who are underleveled, and then I'm way overleveled, right? So it's like, that's such a nice feature to have. Like, you can catch up party members who have been, you know, left behind by, you know, up to your level. Weak slash damage, weak strike damage. Torrent shot is weak pierce damage, 2 to 4 hits. We'll do power slash.
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Nice going, Junpei. And now we can take the teleporter. Head back to the entrance. So now everyone should be a great number of personas. Quite impressive, I must say, however. Perhaps in your current state, you are able to utilize even more powerful personas? Should you feel inclined, please make your way to the Velvet Room. Interesting. I wonder why she's urging me to come to the Velvet Room so bad. Is it because I have underleveled personas? Who should I switch with? Junpei. So now we should have 26 across the board with Aigis and Mitsuru at 27. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful, beautiful game design decision.
Good day.
About requests.
Here are my wonderful.
Feed a rare shadow. Onyx. Cool.
Wonderful.
Create a persona that's 23 or above. Sugar Key. I can now use King Frost, the Monarch of Snow. Let's go. Shadow hunting milestone 3. Perfect. Create a persona with Torrent shot. Okay.
I will await a report.
450 shadows.
Very well then. Good day.
Still say like you. Oh, this time I would like to investigate a certain area known as Iwatodai.
I'll be waiting then.
If you should have the time, then please come fetch me so long as the sun is out. Okay,
Very
cool.
well.
So I can take her on another date. I have done enough quests to do so. It's interesting that that's tied to quests as opposed to just time,
Welcome to the
which I think is
Velvet
cool,
Room.
especially with the changes to the quest system.
Registering
Right.
personas.
Register.
Will you
all-
register it to the completed registration?
Ah, few of you. All the elements you need.
Black Frost. King Frost is 34. Black Frost. We can make our Sen.
This would be a wise choice.
What would we want on it, if anything? Fatal End, Dark Driver, Evil Smile. It would get a couple of skills as well. Whew! I don't have that kind of money. Never mind. Can't buy it. I can't make it right now. Oh, that's unfortunate. We'll have to check in on that later.
What kind of persona do you...
This persona is powerful.
Legion. Naga and Neko Shogun.
This would be a wise choice.
Hama and Mahama. And it'll level up a bunch of times. Also has wind. I can get Kuha on it as well. Yeah, let's do
Please
this.
choose what skills to inherit.
Kuha and
It
Patra.
appears it will receive a good amount. Well, well, well.
That gives me a better option than Fortuna was for light. And also gives me some insta-kill skills, which are always fun. If I feel like gambling. I am power. I shall be the shield that protects you from all danger, from now until death. Mahama, Torrent Shot, Dodge Dart. Hey, look, I fused something with Torrent Shot. Wow. That was something that I needed to do.
What kind of persona
Do
you...
This persona is powerful.
Lamia.
This would be a wise choice. This persona is
Chisa,
powerful.
Mabufu. Mabofa these nuts. I need a level 27.
Is this acceptable?
Ooh, that would be a good wind option as well. Interesting.
This would be a wise choice.
It also seems... I'm curious if there are any other ones that I can fuse down into. Yeah, it seems like the driver skills that the P5 personas have can't be passed down. Which makes sense and is fair, because they're broken as all hell. But it's also unfortunate, because it would have been very fun to make something just horrendously broken with that.
This power might be too much for you.
Tana. Okay. Cool.
It is a special
And we'll
persona
come
you
back
desire,
for our
is it
Sen
not?
when we have money,
This persona is powerful.
because we are poor at the moment.
Are you finished? We look.
So hopefully I can make what I need, about $9,000. Should be pretty doable if I can just get a couple of like money up cards Couple of chests, maybe, you know. Should be doable to get that by the end of the night.
I am ready to move out at any time.
I'm going to go back to my other sword too. As much as the steel pipe is funny.
A shadow.
We caught them by surprise. We have the chance to hit first.
What if?
All enemies defeated. Good work out there.
Insta-kill skills. My favorite.
Nothing shall escape my watch. Not a shadow, not even a tiny insect.
Okay, then if I find any bugs in my room, I'll give you a shout, I guess.
Great, thank you.
That teleporter can take us to the entrance. Try to remember where it is.
Okay, I think stairs must be back here. Yeah, stairs back here. I love how dramatically I have to cut those things down if I'm sprinting now. Come on, you can do it. There you go. Gotta do this like
this world has trapped us in a trompe d'oeil painting. Like it's one big illusion.
like it's a what? It's a what, Mitsuru?
I am picking up powerful readings. Remain alert.
Hold on, I gotta build up some speed. Build up some speed. Wah! Gotcha.
This is our opportunity. Stay on guard. The enemy line is on a roll.
Let's do it.
Now you're fighting.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
How about
In this situation,
Alright, I guess. Drop it on this man. Hit him with the orgy mode.
releasing all limiter?
God, look at her. She's so cool looking.
Successfully avoided. You dodged the attack. Nice one.
She's so sick.
Amazing.
She even keeps the effect in the all-out attack animation. Oh my god.
I have to do this. Have fun, Persona.
Much
Thank you very much. There. All enemies destroyed.
Let's go, Aegis.
Good work out there.
Let's go, Aegis. That's my goat.
A victory well earned.
Come on. Build up some speed. Build up some speed. We gotta build up some speed. Let me wonk. Oh, hey, the snakes.
Small one. Be on your guard.
These guys will weak to ice, I believe.
Too late for you now.
The enemy's dead. I'll slice you to pieces.
Now you're it's over.
Principality. Ooh, fancy. Yeah, we'll take that.
C'est magnifique. Doing pretty well.
Medical powder. Coolio.
We found the stairs.
Ooh, another golden hand. see it. It's in my sights. We're going for it. Gotcha.
We have the advantage.
This will do
Take
the
it
trick.
down if you can. Princess Elena.
What if we just drop a Jack Brothers on this? Down it, perfect.
The enemy lines are...
Here we go.
Goodbye. Magician, all at its, or no, that's priestess, high priestess. All attack damage. Yeah, let's get that. That's one away from us getting an Arcana burst, which we're pretty, you know, we still have a good amount of time left in this
Keep up the
Tartarus day to take advantage of that if we can get the burst. I love how we got ourselves a URL from a shady dude that showed us self-defense.
There's a treasure chest.
And now we just roll up in a Tartarus doing these dramatic ass flare effects, and like none of our teammates question it. They're just like, oh yeah, okay, for sure.
Well executed.
Get ready.
McCoy, Hama boost. I want to put Hama boost on that persona that I just fused.
Let's do the same.
Item. Oh. Item. Skill cards. Light damage to all foes. Ooh, I could put that on it as well. I'm a boost on power. Instead of Patra. Hama, Mahama, Kuha, Magaru, Arrow Rain, and Torrent Shot. I didn't talk to Elizabeth after using that either. Because I think that was what she asked for, was a fuse a persona with Torrent Shot, which we did do. So we'll have to do that when we get back down. Coming up on a nearby floor. Let's be sure to pace ourselves.
There's a treasure chest.
Have you gotten used to dorm life? Took me a while to adjust too.
I think I've settled in. It's certainly more relaxing to be at the dorm than at my parents' house.
Hold on, gotta build up some speed. Build up some speed. Come on, build up some speed. There we go. There we go. Gotcha.
It's dangerous.
I'll hit them where it hurts. Go for it.
Princess Elena.
I'll go with Captain Kidd.
Drop him.
The enemy.
Let's do it.
Weapons free. Security. I think I can use it now. All right. Here I go. And with this, you're finished.
I love that Theurgy so much, but I can literally never see it without thinking of the fact that everyone thought it was a fake leak.
Nice reflexes, Yukari-chan.
I'm ready to strike.
I don't think we need to worry about.
I'm hit.
What to do? Never mind. I'll go with it.
Yeah, just drop it.
All enemies defeated. Good work out there.
Target
Sick.
eliminated.
Oh, there's so many powerful shadows on this floor.
There's a powerful enemy ahead.
Bonk.
It's dangerous.
What's the plan?
I'll show you.
Defense down. We're gonna guard here because I believe we have a enhanced crit rate. I was hoping to take advantage of that while he's distressed, but unfortunate.
Let's go. Take that. One last touch.
Bonk. Ooh, I guess.
What to do?
Bonk.
The enemies, you're on a roll. I need it to go. Weapons free. Pull the trigger. I won't.
Get some healing off.
That helps.
We're a little low.
How about this?
Crit. Let's go, Mitsuru.
That about
Let's
does it.
move on.
No shadows detected.
Yes. We get a burst and we get a buff. Woo! Rank 6, Garula, money, wands. I'm going with money. We need the money for Arsene.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Counting on you. Okay, so I just went and got that other chest that's over there. I just went and got everything. Cool. Let's go to the next floor.
Hello there.
I've been waiting for you. The path ahead has been cleared. Also, this is for you. I collected it during my reconnaissance. Oh my god. Thank you, I guess.
Keep your eyes peeled.
There's a treasure chest. What?
I am still having a bit of trouble navigating this way. That's the stairs straight ahead. There's nothing down below. Cool.
Careful. The enemy's nearby.
The situation is favorable. We have the chance to hit first.
Okay.
Go for
Mabufu. At the very least, we know we knocked one. That one's immune.
I knocked one enemy down. Time to shift.
I'll go with it.
Okay.
Light doesn't seem to be effective.
Oh, I'm stupid. I read that wrong. That's what we were looking for. Hi, Pixie. Who are we not using like at all? Bareth.
That was excellent leadership. Keep up the good work.
I got you guys. Don't even stress it.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Apparently, the drugstore has sales on certain days. That's a good time to buy in bulk.
Kind of surprised you're so practical. I guess you're not so different from us after all.
She's still very different from us after all. Ow.
No, the enemy has the advantage. You've got what it takes.
Fortunately, they all just kind of don't care.
I'm still setting up.
Weak to
It'll
wind.
take a little more time. I have to do this.
Bing bong.
Exceptional start. This should end it. Enemy reinforcements.
Bah.
Weak to piercing. My
Weak to
arrows are
pierce.
What to do?
Weak to dark. Okay.
enemy down. Shall I take charge?
Then it over to Aegis.
One more.
Bonk.
Well executed, Aegis.
I love Aegis's Naruto run. So good. Mabufu. XP up. Get the XP up.
Mission complete.
Recarm. Ooh, baby. We don't need Dia. We have Diorama. I need to organize those. Will they actually let me in this one finally? Persona. Cool. I can. Diorama, Medea, Recarm, Patra. Nope. Cool. Maragi. Oh, I have a salt dive too. Perfect. This will just help me so much in the long run. Just finding things a little bit easier. Perfect, you're already fine. Cool. And I can figure out my own personas later, because they're constantly changing.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
This place is confusing me. I feel like most of the things that I'm getting confused by is just visual elements, but still.
A shadow.
I'm having a hard time keeping my bearings. Fire, light. Fuck it. Mahama. We're taking one out.
Her leader took one out.
Go Mitsuru.
Your angels have been up one enemy down. Leave it to me. Time to shift. Loud and clear. There. Nice and done, I did. Maximum firepower. And now it's good. Weapon air range. Critical hit.
Mabufu, give me money. Just need money.
They are finished.
One more of those level 5 monies and we'll definitely have enough for, I would think,
Doing pretty well.
fusing Arsene. 17. Actually, I think we only needed 16 because I think we're already there. This way.
Recommended course of action: identifying the contents of that treasure chest.
Spirit Talisman. There's another one to the north of here.
Recommended course of action: identifying the contents of that.
Missed. The drawback of that one is that you can get an ambush on people even if they're facing you, but you can also get a horrendous miss, which has happened to me a lot because you're not used to controlling it.
It's all you. Excellent choice. This will do the trick. I'll show no mercy.
Your angels on
Shall I move to strike?
down.
Go for it. That's the leg up. This is our. I'll slice you to pieces.
Yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-bow. Baby, baby. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-bow. EXP Mamudo. Both of those are fun. I'll go EXP.
C'est magnifique.
Doing pretty well.
The ease of getting skill cards, so far at least to me in this game, is a huge upgrade too. I love it when skill cards are like fairly accessible if you just like grind a little bit, so that you don't have to really work like crazy hard for them, because it allows a lot more like customizability with your personas. Oh, not these assholes.
Please be.
There's a skill of mine that I'd like you to use. It's called Sylphid Aura. Okay. Yeah, that would be handy to have right now. Are you gonna heal off on everybody? And how do I do it? You wanna boost your defense and speed, right?
Yes.
That'd be great. Let's go.
All right, let's do this.
There are three in our way. They look tough. Here, how about this?
Ow.
You dodged the attack. Nice one.
Never mind.
You have defeated all the bosses. Wow, I'm so proud of you for defeating them all. As intended. Ow!
As for
Try harder.
you dodged it. What's it, third leader? Help me.
Much
I
obliged.
appreciate it. Successfully avoided.
Huge.
It is time. Palladium.
I don't think we need Oracle yet, but do want to analyze here. Ice.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
Well, alrighty then.
Too late for you now.
Eureka, Senpai, that was amazing.
I'm gonna go with High Pixie Timbabufu simply because she is not weak to fire, like Jack Frost is.
Let's do it.
I need to get out.
Enemy's striking fear into
Pull
you.
the trigger.
Someone might feel.
Thank you very much.
Pacha Gem.
Using item.
Mitsuru, we still need you.
Shall I move to strike?
I'll show you.
This is a like fish in a barrel. C'est magnifique.
Let's go. Everybody levels up. We're having a good old time.
Greetings.
Enemy defeated. Sting our next directive. Let's keep exploring.
Yes.
Affirmative. Though Tartarus may be a colossal tower, with constant incremental progress, we will gradually reach our objective. A journey of 1,000 miles begins by first treading without any fear, as they say. I guess you sure know some unusual phrases. Where do you learn about them? I have a daily academic regimen. The other day, Junpei-san taught me how to write haikus. Oh my Tartarus, dark, decrepit Tartarus, why are you so tall? Thank you, I guess.
In the interest of everyone's safety, I will initiate contact with the enemy.
While I commend your bravery, I'm not one to have someone fight my own battles.
Our incense. Ooh. Floaty sandals. Ooh, that looks great. What do you say? Can I use it? Yeah, we can give that to Yukari. What is she? I didn't know what she had before. Physical evasion low. She had... Oh, did she have the max safety sandal shoes? I'm gonna give myself the max safety shoes. We'll give you the null poison. And Fuka's doesn't matter. Fuka does not need any level of evasion.
There's no room for carelessness. Stay alert. I suppose we don't need that motorcycle with the communication equipment anymore.
Uh-huh. I expected there to be more to that.
There's a shadow.
I suppose we don't need it, do we?
I won't waste my chance.
Strike first. Go for it.
This will do the trick. Go for it. That's a leg up.
Bonk. Oh, hey, we froze it.
There.
Knock it down, Yukari.
Nicely done, Hakuba.
We're not gonna go easy.
Now I get you.
You're finished.
Mitra money cups. Your first physical attack in the next battle will do more than double damage. Interesting. I thought it was just healing. That's new, I believe. Okay. Give me Mitra. Who am I not using? Rakshasa.
And that's how it's done.
I don't use Zakuchen either. This one I can definitely afford to leave if we get something else.
We found the
There's our stairs.
Let's go.
Treasure chest identified. Will you...
3870 yen. Beautiful. Yabasa light.
We gotta keep moving.
I think we should have some stuff to sell from previous Tartarus excursions, plus anything we get here
There's a
too,
lot
so we'll be
going
able to
on,
replenish our
even in my
funds once we
personal
leave.
life. But right now, exploring the tower is my top priority.
Thank you for that, Mitsuru. Appreciate you, bestie.
Shadow sighted. Initializing combat mode.
This floor has been fully...
I won't miss
Not the small babies.
It'll take a little more time.
Diorama, Holy Arrow, Pulpina, Foul Breath. Okay, immune to wind. Right you are. Okay, weak to ice. Perfect.
May I?
And then you're weak to dark. Money.
Perfect. Just what we hoped for.
3 amethyst. I'm starting to get real low on my SP, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. It's different from any response I've gotten until now. It's shrouded. Doesn't seem like a shadow. It's larger and almost seems like a wall.
Yes,
Take a closer look. It's dangerous. It's possible that it could be in fact riskier to simply ignore it. Going by the signal I'm getting, it shouldn't be that far from you. A wall. Okay.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Like this wall? Like...
That chest doesn't look like the others.
Ooh. I didn't see what that was, but it had a long fancy name, so I assume it was something good. Yabasha. Fuel can. There it is.
This is...
Mysterious readings seem to be coming from this door. Could this be the door that Elizabeth's talking about? I should check it out. There's shadows beyond this door as well. If you plan on entering, please proceed with caution. Okay, please go ahead and open the door. We're just gonna preemptively give us a couple of those. This place is... It feels different in here compared to outside. The atmosphere is unstable and the walls look like they're ripping. The powers aren't working very well here. I can at least try to tell you that it's not a very large area, but please be careful. Oh, I have no map. I detect a shadow ahead. It Seems to be a very powerful one. I think we have no choice but to fight it if we have to keep going. Okay.
Let's do this.
Preparing to engage. The enemy soon.
Elegant mother.
I'll go with.
Poison mist.
Yukari-chan's been poisoned.
I'm ready.
Do you have an antidote?
Persona!
Everybody's been poisoned, actually.
You're poisoned. Keep an eye on your health. It's a strong one. Be on your guard.
Okay, this is a certified oracle moment.
Now.
Baby, baby.
On this enemy? I see. So this is the
Fire. Great.
Excellent. Enemy down.
We're getting awful low here.
As predicted. Our leader's in danger. Tychus is poisoned. He's losing health. Help me. I appreciate it. Damage inflicted. You're poisoned. Keep an eye on your health.
Drop it.
All enemies defeated. Good work out there.
Ooh, Lemon Seed. Light boost. Taking light boost. Something welled up within me even more than usual during battle.
Okay.
Don't see any more enemies around. Oh, there's a treasure chest further ahead. Wonder if Shadow was guarding this. I don't think we've run into one like this before. Please inspect it. Okay, so hypothetically. Forget Arrow Rain. For Makuha. And forget... Torrent Shot. For light boost. And now we ball. Because that one goes kind of hard. Malachite. Nihil Blade. Looks like what the chairman gave you before, doesn't it? It's apparently really rare. I'm surprised to see it in a place like this. Wonder if the antique shop cracked it into a piece of equipment for me. That's what these are for. And then it's gone.
What?
If the energy from the door surged through the entire floor. Oh, I can see the floor layout. That makes it easier for me to guide you now. Monad doors. Ah, sometimes a monad door will appear in Tartarus. Defeating the special enemy inside will trigger a special shuffle time where major arcana cards appear more frequently. Defeating the special enemy will also reveal the layout of the current floor and the floor directly above it. Once you exit through the door. Monad door is unstable contraption. When one appears on the floor, the door will lose power and become inaccessible if you move to another floor, even if you return using a teleporter on the same day. There seems to be a teleporter nearby. Cool. I'm gonna go grab this treasure chest that's up here.
Treasure chest identified. Will you open it?
Monk. And while we're down there, we can use the clock too.
I'm still setting up.
Ice. And we don't know.
I'm ready. Go for it. That's the layup.
That didn't work. Kirito-senpai knocked one enemy down.
Shift over here.
I'll go with it.
What are we thinking for you? You know what? Wind it is. It's gonna be wind. It wasn't wind. It's gonna be...
Strong one. Be on your guard.
It's gonna be fire.
Her leader took one out.
It was fire. Trust. Stop.
I'll go with it.
Bulk. Yeah, so we can head down, we can use the clock, get ourselves fixed up. I'm ready to drop money, EXP, do money.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Cool. Mabufu gem. Ooh, there's a rare chest at the top. We'll go get that too. I was gonna just leave without it, but since it's a rare one, I feel like it'll be hopefully worth the time.
Recommended course of action. I did.
I'm Rita gem. Yeah, I'll take it. Wouldn't say it was the most useful thing in the world, but it helped. Luke and the others are talking about that door from earlier.
If I may say so.
Hi, Elizabeth. It appears you face the threat beyond that door. A door connecting the tunnel which was created within Tartarus. Perhaps an appropriate name for it would be the Monad Door. The shadows that congregate past such doors will prove to be a valuable means of accelerating your growth. I must know how you fared. Did your enemies provide you with a challenge? It was a rough fight.
Marvelous.
Excellent, I'm pleased to hear that. I believe challenging more daunting foes will act as sort of a shortcut in your development. On another note, I've detected some sort of structure on the 91st floor. It emanates an energy not dissimilar to the door you entered. The dimensions of this structure resemble a tunnel. One might call it a monad passage. Entering this passage may provide you with another opportunity to test your mettle. For the time being, I will log that investigation as a personal request.
Very well then.
I look forward to observing your continual progress. Monad door and a passage too. Never gonna stop being a mystery to me. I don't know what the fuck's going on. In short, if you're heading for the top and taking a path that would be considered a detour of sorts. However, it seems like you'll be able to obtain something down that path that should prove helpful to exploring. Depending on how prepared you are, it may be a good idea to try these doors.
Good day.
Not
Are you
requests.
accepting a request? Let's hear the results.
Have a persona with the skill Torrent Shot. I deleted
Very
Torrent
well.
Shot for space on that persona that I had. On power. I had Torrent Shot on it, and now I no longer have Torrent Shot on it. That's too bad.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. Registering personas?
Yeah, it has worse stats in every category and loses 3 very valuable skills. So yeah, we can't write it over.
Overwriting acceptable? Registered.
Unfortunate, but that's okay. There are other ones that can learn it.
It is a
Is this acceptable?
Okay.
What do you wish to inherit?
What do we want to give this thing? Rebellion would be nice. Regen 1 could be interesting. Let's go Assault Dive. A lot of these don't truly matter. And Sukukaja.
It will receive a good amount of.
Because we're gonna replace some of them probably with its actual skills. But Arsene! I shall become the wings of rebellion, and together we shall savor the taste of victory. How's it going, bud? Good to see you. Vacuum Slash. Weak slash damage to all foes. I'll take that over Assault Dive. Maiega. We'll take that over Sukukaja. Survival Trick. Automatically survive 1 magic insta-kill attack with 1 HP remaining. Cool. That would be awful handy, especially considering I'm weak to light.
What kind of persona do you desire?
This would be a wise
Ooh,
choice.
Mithras is what I need. Makuha Zen-i Rakunda.
What do you wish to inherit?
Fatal End and
It appears it will receive a good
It's finally time.
I need one of these that's level 26 for one of the requests, so this should get me 26. And then I can resummon Arsene. The sun known as hope shall shine upon you, and your heart that challenges all adversities. Tentaferu. This dude's got the weirdest fucking moveset. I don't need Tentaferu. Sure.
You can't control this.
Sati, I love Sati.
You can't control
Satana.
this one. This persona
Oh,
is
Johanna. Interesting. So Johanna is a strike persona because there's no increases party's defense for 3 turns though. I don't have a priestess social link yet though.
this acceptable? Is this acceptable? Is this acceptable? Is this acceptable?
Have you all the elements you need?
I can't make flowers yet. I can't make Black Frost yet.
What kind of persona do you desire?
I think what we do, in all actuality,
Take all the time.
what did I use to make power?
Consider.
I don't even remember what I fused.
Please take a look. Browse to your heart's content.
Tim Lin?
This is your progress so far. This persona, yes?
Hamlin was one of them.
Is this acceptable? May it be your inner strength.
I don't remember what the other one was, though. Neko Shogun? No.
Browse to your heart's content.
Fortuna?
Please take a
I
look.
think it was Fortuna.
You can't carry any more than that.
Okay.
To what kind of persona
So
do
if
you
I
desire?
make
This persona, yes?
Mabufu,
This
Narcissus, Rin Corinne's Sexy Dance Charm Boost. Yeah, let's make
Please choose
actually,
what skills to inherit.
make
This
Zoro
persona, yes?
for Wind. Yeah, strong Wind might be a good idea. Because right now we're kind of reliant on power to actually do it.
What do you wish to
Our problem is we're broke. that's our real issue. I think we'll come back for it. We'll come back for all of this. We need more money.
Very well. We look.
Because if I refuse another power, if I use my power in fusion, then refuse another one, I'll have one with Torrent Shot. I can show it to her, and then I can just get rid of it and get the original one back. Or use it as a fusion for something else. Perfect. Resume from floor 80. Did I actually accept the quest? Did I have to accept the quest? I just realized. Did I have to accept the quest about?
How are you?
There should be a...
Yes.
I didn't need it jamming here, but that's fine. Yeah, there should be a thing here. Teleporter. That's the word I'm looking for.
Hello.
No.
Careful, the enemy's nearby.
We could head back, but it's your call.
Come back to the entrance. Make sure that I actually have the quest.
Good day. Here are my requests. Wonderful. Of course.
Male winter garb.
I will await a report of success.
Traverse the monad prep. Perfect. Got it. Okay.
Very well.
Sick. Resume from the 80th floor. And then we should be able to just jump straight to the next floor. This floor should also be mapped out. There's a gatekeeper on the next floor. What kind of shadow could it be this time?
Oh, there's a trick.
We have 2 treasure chests and a rare shadow.
SEES. The matching armbands help unify us as a team.
Cut. I'm so not used to that hitbox that I am having such trouble with it.
Take it down if you can.
Not that. I'll go with
Carmen!
Okay. You know what? Fuck this. Knock your bitch down. Oh, I didn't knock it. Okay, you know what? Fuck this. Kill it.
Not about desert. It's over. No shadows detected.
Now we can get Leonin Seed. Get rid of Zakuchin.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
Okay, so we have 2 treasure chests on this floor to seek out.
Nearby. Treasure chest identified. Will you open it?
3770 yen. Beautiful.
Hey, doesn't that chest look kind of different from the others?
We're starting to run a little low on Twilight Fragments. Apt Pupil. That's a good skill. Alright, nothing else on this floor. Let's head up.
Powerful enemy spotted.
Oh boy. Just reading. 10 floors up from here, there's a border floor. That's coming up much sooner than it seems. Let's keep at it. Okay, so 91 has a special thing on it. 92 is the border floor. Perfect. Iconics, how are you?
Let's go.
Oh god, you look worse than ever in this.
Shall I move to strike?
Too late for you now.
Bonk.
Kirito-senpai knocked one enemy down.
It's your turn.
Got it. I'll go with
Beautiful.
That's it. Enemy down. Leave it to me.
Ready to switch in. It is time.
That's a little much, but I'm alright. Okay, none of us have virus resist. That's fine.
A strong one. Be on your guard.
Alright, as soon as we get a full rotation around here, we should be able to handle this. Okay.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Confirm! Persona!
Summoning. Persona, engage.
Ow.
Should I scan on this enemy?
Can you scan on this enemy,
I
please?
see. So this is what we're up against.
No weaknesses. No ice, no wind. You got it, Chief.
I'm ready. How about this?
That's it. Enemy down.
It's your turn.
I'll go with.
Mountain drains. Oh, that's not great.
I'm ready. You can count on me. Orders received. It is time. Palladium.
These things are going to be an issue.
What to do?
Okay, I'm gonna pass this to Yukari. Let her get a. Actually, what's our?
Who's next?
They get up after this.
I can
Yeah,
handle it.
we're gonna pass this to Yukari and let her get a heal off.
Pull the trigger.
And then it should be them and then Yukari, and we can theurgy with Yukari on the next one.
This isn't good.
Ooh.
Someone help her.
I'm feeling good about this.
In this situation,
Locked and loaded. All right. Here I go.
Need to get damage down on this one.
And with this, you're finished.
activating.
Boss hits next. We heal
This will be effective.
Mitsuru. They really don't like Mitsuru. God. They really don't like Mitsuru.
I'll hit them where it hurts. I'll show no mercy.
As partial as expected. One enemy down.
Freeze. Stay where you are.
Get ourselves a bit of damage here on the main one. We should be able to take out the other two.
Damage inflicted.
Ow.
That's an enemy down.
I'm ready.
Do it.
Send it to Yukari.
I have to do this.
Much obliged.
Get Mitsuru her health back.
What next?
Finish that one off.
Defeated. You're doing great, Yukari-chan. Follow up.
Golly. They do not like Mitsuru.
I'll show you.
Last one. Don't hold
Get rid of that one.
Enemy defeated. Good going,
Perfect.
Kirito-senpai.
Talk about
Get over to Yukari.
Now's the
Heal
time.
up again.
Help me.
They are just hard targeting Mitsuru for some reason here. Let me decrease your attack. And you're immune to, what was it, ice and wind?
In this situation, I won't lose.
Drop your Axie Invasion.
Last one! Let's finish this! It is time. I'll show you my power.
Attack.
This will do the trick.
I guess we're looking for a crit here.
If this opponent...
I guess we're looking for a crit here. And that's my girl. That's my girl.
Mission complete.
If ain't nobody got me, I know Aiga's got me. Acquisition of the Vibrant Feather. You can now fuse Mothman, the winged monstrosity of myth. Oh, good. Great. Yes. No, you're... See, there's a difference. You're my girl in, like, the literal, like, you know, you're my girl. She's my girl is, like, she got my back. She's gonna fucking blow up a city block. Probably on accident. But she's gonna do it.
I have learned a new skill.
Different kind of my girl. Blow up a city block for me. Aww. Wow. So sweet. On purpose though? Okay. You know, see, that's what I was hoping for. If it was an accident, I would feel bad. But, you know, because you do it on purpose, I appreciate it.
That chest.
If it was an accident, I was gonna be like, uh-oh, we'll have to figure out how to hide the evidence. We'll have to figure out, you know, what our alibi is gonna be. Like, you know, we're gonna have to think up on all of this stuff. You know, if it's on purpose, it's like, okay, we're just committed to it. Sick. Slugger's jacket. Oh, the amenity suit that I have. Whew. Slugger's jacket. A Letterman jacket for baseball legends. Junpei likes to wear it. Okay, yeah, we'll give him that. Got your back if I can. Always. Easily. Find a locked treasure chest, find a rare shadow, find a monad chest. God, we've got everything on this floor. We got a door, we got a shadow, we got a... Oh, fuck.
I've been in good form at archery practice lately. Maybe because I have experience fighting now?
Book it, book it, book it. Get out of here.
It's a rare shadow.
Oh, he juked me. He so got me. He so got my ass. Hold on, let me build up some speed, build up some speed, build up some speed, build up some speed. And we... Where the fuck is this dude? There we go.
A rare enemy. It'd be great if we can defeat it.
This will do the trick. And this will
I'm just gonna Jack Brothers it and hope to knock it. Perfect.
The enemy, you're on a roll. I need it to go. Weapons free.
McCoy, we can drop. We have somebody to drop. Principality. I don't think we're ever gonna use that of. Yeah, we have power. Multiple accounts of assault today. But did you win? That's the most important thing. Can hold up to 12. So you're telling me that I got a persona, was forced to choose what persona to take out of my team so that I could have that new persona come in, then leveled up to level 30 immediately thereafter, literally in the same fight, and got the ability to carry 2 more personas with it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Swift Strike. Dude, I'll be honest with you, I don't know what the fuck your skill looks like. Like, you just kind of do a little bit of everything at this point.
This I can fight even better.
Windbreak. High chance of confuse to a foe. Yeah, I'm gonna do Windbreak here. Because Yukari really struggles to do damage if she doesn't have wind damage.
Salut.
Cool. Mitsuru, clear us a path. I should not have sent her to do that because we have the Monad door. Okay, well, 3 of us can surely take on the door, right? Surely.
Another one of those doors.
Surely just the 3 of us can handle this, right? If this motherfucker's weak to ice, I'm going to scream. As an aside. Hey, Fuka. Could you do this for us? That'd be great. Thank you.
Leader.
Time for a fight.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Now's the time. There's
Don't do it. Okay.
It is time.
Uh-oh. This has just become a lot more concerning.
Be on your guard. Analysis complete.
Weak to wind. Okay. We can live with that. Ooh, yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Baby, baby. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Yuji, hold the trigger. I think I can use it now. Exceptional stuff.
It's chanting a death spell. Oh, good.
I've already scanned this one.
That's neat of them.
That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone.
We will get EXP. I guess levels up.
Oh, hello.
Cool. Knee heel cloth. Black quartz. Awesome. What are we working with? We've got one chest straight up and then stairs.
Hey, doesn't that chest look kind of different?
We're running real low on Twilight Fragments all of a sudden. Bead, that's very handy.
Hello.
Thank you. You ever wonder, I mean, given how heavy this place must be, whether or not it'll topple over? Then again, it does seem different from your typical building. Probably no use worrying.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Hopefully. Yeah, I hope so, Fuka. I hope it doesn't just topple. That would be problematic for us.
I trust you're not tired. Then let's be off.
You never know where the shadows may be lurking. Stay on your guard.
Fortunately, I actually know exactly where the shadows are lurking because they show on the map. I can actually always tell where a shadow will be lurking.
Here's my chance. Strike first. Go for it.
Never mind.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
I'm still setting up. It'll take
I think you're gonna be fire, actually.
Now's the time. There's
What is
You have ice skill. Let's go, Aegis. And if it's not fire, then I have horribly fucked up. Okay, now we're good.
That about does it. All right. No shadows detected.
A victory well earned.
How are you?
I'm sad I can no longer ask Fuka to jam to new music. I didn't realize quite how close behind me you were.
I'll be able to scan the enemy soon. Detected.
That's not great. That's not great. That's not great.
Orders unclear.
That's not great. Hey, you know what we can do? We think we still kill without Aegis? I think we do. Hopefully. We do. Give me money. We're broke.
C'est magnifique. Doing pretty well.
Alright, build up some speed. And sploosh. At him. Not two of you assholes.
What next?
Maragi.
Excellent.
Yes.
Take him down. BP from this battle. Kuga. I'm gonna do that. Settle of aggression. And I'm gonna use that right away. On power. Instead of Kuha, we can go Kuga, right? Perfect. Do the Black Marketeers only spawn at night? I don't think so. I have had mine spawn plenty of times in the day. Sometimes they're not there. I don't know what causes them to not spawn, but I have had them just not be around.
Treasure chest identified. Will you open it?
Medical powder. Cool beans.
We found the stairs.
Okay, so 91 was the
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
monad corridor thing. 92 is our border floor. We're on 86.
If we're avoiding enemies going forward, take care they don't.
Mitsuru! Did you have to say something? If we're avoiding enemies, make sure they don't ambush as we're getting ambushed. That's crazy. Jupiter Eagle. I know I'm not gonna waste one of them down here with this. Perfect. We're just gonna do it again.
We hit a weakness. It didn't work?
Ooh.
I'll show you my power. Ladies, move out. 2 enemies remaining. Target
Da da
destroyed.
da 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 da. Baby, baby. Da 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 da. Oh yeah. Ba da ba 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 da ba ba. Baby, baby. Resistant to ice. Ow. Can you stop max rolling these?
I need to get out. Regis Senpai can't do anything right now. In this situation. Come on, Persona! Thank you for your support.
Alright. Is it Captain Kidd? Is Captain Kidd our answer? No.
Her leader took one out.
Okay, you're immune to ice. You use wind skills, so I can't imagine your wind.
I'll get it next time.
Pierce. Gotcha. Shoot down the bird. Understood.
Let's keep on exploring.
A twofer. I only have 9 fragments left. I'm burning through so many of them. Zen A. I don't like that skill. And I don't know if that's just a me thing, if that's like a skill issue on my part. But it's the one, I think that's the one. It's the one that's the closer to a new moon you are, the more damage it does. Which I don't like, because then it's like, okay, it's very good.
Excellent. Looks like
when you're not close to a, you know, like boss time, but it's really bad when you're fighting a boss. So like it's good for Tartarus exploration, I guess, but like kind of worthless in boss fights.
Nighttime routine after we return from exploring Tartarus.
I usually take a shower and head straight to bed. Staying up late is bad for your skin, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Hold on. Build up some speed, build up some speed.
Rare shadow detected.
Why did it do that to me? It's because I pressed in too hard, I guess. Can't change directions. Gotcha.
This is an opportunity. Take it down if you can.
I'll hit them where it hurts. How about this?
Drop your defense.
I'll go with never mind.
Hit him with the jack. Didn't knock the one that I wanted down though.
Never mind. That didn't hit.
I have to do this. Only 2 targets remain. Target destroyed. That's it, I guess.
Uh-oh.
The leader's been knocked down.
Uh-oh. 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 Can you guys stop getting the max rolls on that?
What to do?
Thank you very much. Pull the trigger. Yes, nicely done. Last one down.
Bonk.
Exceptional strength. Last one.
I'm not even gonna bother all out attacking it. Just kill it. Pake Mikakaza Zuzubishi. Sharp student. Money. I need the money. We are in fact still poor.
Now then, resuming exploration.
Sweet.
Oh, hello.
No. Keep just pressing the wrong button. Sorry, Fuka.
Excellent. Looks like we can head.
Alright, so I expect one more gatekeeper here. Oh god, another one of these. Strong shadow that way that I don't terribly want to deal with, I'll be honest. There is stuff. I keep wanting to check the map when I do that. I'm so sorry, Fuka.
Shadow sighted. Initializing combat mode.
Okay.
There's a shadow.
There's a clock. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that a clock could just straight up spot. Whoa. What the fuck is this room? This is a new one.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
There's multiple treasure chests in this room. There's like so many treasure chests in this room. And a clock? Yo, this is a crazy room. Nihil Blade times 2? Times 2? Onyx times 3. Attack mirror. Damn. More of those rooms, please. Okay, I do have to go past that shadow. But as the kids would say, they never saw it coming.
Excellent. Looks like we can head up.
Where's the door, though? Oh, I can go... I missed an opening. I'm having a brutal time navigating this area. Truly. There's the door.
Is that One of those doors?
I'll do it. Leader.
Alright.
Let's start preparing the analysis.
Infuriate. Don't do that. Oh, we're all pissed off. Okay.
What to do?
The strong one, be on your guard.
I'll go with
You guys hit it? Baby, baby. Ooh, yeah. Baby, baby. Okay, so that's a problem. Okay, Mitsuru's back up, finally.
The strong one, be on your guard.
Nice.
I'll hit them where it hurts. And that's a layer. The enemy like fish in a barrel. Now
The enemy's taunting is making you angry. Your attack power has been reduced.
I'll go with never mind.
It is time.
You know what? I guess pop it.
Ready to engage. Ultia activated.
Baby. Ooh, yeah.
Please come to your senses.
I'm ready. Persona.
Good lord. We can't hit this motherfucker.
The operation was a success. No shadows detected.
Kitsue. This one.
Oh, hello.
Nihil Blade. Onyx. Cool. I feel like it's much easier to get those than it was in base 3 too, which means that the items in that shop are a little bit easier accessible, which is nice. We have gotten everything on this floor. Let's skedaddle. There aren't any enemies here. That's alarming. There we go. Do we have any SP enhancers there? I think we want a Fuka as well, so we can use Fuka's skills.
Powerful enemy spotted. Please be careful.
Okay. There's no teleporter here. We'll have to fight our way through. Yep. Hey Fuka. Could you thank you. All right, the Minotaur and his little book friend.
Let's do this.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Shall I move to strike?
How about
Okay, well, that's rude of you.
Yukari-chan, your attack power's been reduced. It won't lose.
Hey. Hey, buddy. Hey, bestie.
Summoning. It's a strong one. Be on your guard.
Completely neutral across the board.
I see. So this is what
Weak
we're
to
up against.
fire, otherwise neutral.
Persona! No mercy!
Child's play.
Oh, you're just an obnoxious little shit, aren't you?
That's an aiming down! You struck a weakness!
Oh my god. I need you to calm the fuck down here.
Electricity is useless here. Keep that in mind.
Okay. Pop an oracle.
Light of life, shine upon us all. Focus.
It is time.
Oh, we already got rid of that. Right. Okay.
I'm ready.
Busy them.
Go for it. Epithalea.
I'll go with. Never mind.
Cool.
Well, amazing.
Let's do it.
And I'll initiate. Open your right.
Easy peasy. Never in doubt. And some Nihil cloth as well. Ooh.
Greetings.
Enemy shadow annihilated. You possess a superlative decision-making skills, Zaxxon. You did great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That battle was easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they say. Now, let us resume our exploration. I love that she does the little, like, that animation. It's very cute.
There's a treasure chest.
Just
What should we
one
do?
chest here? Damn. Balm of life. Okay. Now what the hell?
Enemy spotted.
I was led to believe that that wasn't here. There's supposedly something else here, not one of you. What the fuck is this?
How are you? Yes.
That'd be great. And then we will recover your SP because we're gonna need your skills in battle. Okay.
Leader.
Okay. Controlling partner and dependent partner.
Still setting up. It'll take a little more
Right.
time.
Shall I move to strike?
I'm gonna try to take out the controlling one first, I suppose. Makarakan. Oh, okay.
Now's the time. I won't lose.
Never mind what to do.
Carmen!
Rebellion. Oh my god.
Could I stand on this enemy?
You are. Ooh, you're gonna be a problem.
The strong one. Be on your guard.
You're weak to Pierce. Okay.
I'm ready. Go for it. Professor Leia.
Nice reflexes, Yukari-chan. Focus. Yukari-chan knocked one down. Pierce. That's a weakness. Nice, Yukari-chan.
I'd really like to get you dizzied. Is my hope.
Direct hit on a weakness. Amazing, I did. Successfully avoided. You dodged it. That's our leader.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
No, no dizzying to be done.
Try harder.
Senpai, it was a beautiful catch. Help me.
Not that. I'll go with.
Do I have somebody who is immune to their own typing? Jack Frost. Perfect. Just to get that shield off.
That's it. Enemy down. This is my duty. Direct hit on a weakness. Amazing, I guess.
This will do the trick.
Persona.
I guess I could have knocked it and then Theurgied. Would have been the smarter play.
What to do?
Alright, I guess I'm having high expectations for you right here.
I'll show you my power. One enemy knocked out.
Knock them. Rain. Woo! There we go, I guess. I have high expectations and you meet them. Alright, one's down. You by yourself are not nearly as bad. Controlling power partner is grieving.
Persona! No mercy!
They're so sad.
Child's play.
Last one. Let's finish this.
Captain Kidd, Tarukaja on Aegis. And Aegis, put this dude to bed.
Releasing all limiters. Ordeamo! Roundabout Desert. No shadows detected.
Ooh, look at that EXP.
My persona has a new power.
Ice Break. Don't need Spirit Drain. I don't feel like I'm ever going to use it.
I have learned a new skill.
I just got her healing skill. Sick. These Gatekeeper guys are super tough, huh? Might be time to call it a day. What do you think? I'm just getting started. Oh, someone's motivated. Okay, let's see how far we can get then. Yukari, the next floor is the border floor. We need to go up one more floor. It's one of those doors, but this one isn't shining like the others. It feels different too. Is this the structure that Elizabeth referred to as not dissimilar to the other door? Should probably check that door. Let's check it out. There's a teleporter here as well. Hold on. Let me heal Mitsuru. She's a little struggling. There we go. Beautiful. Seems like it won't open. Do you see anything that I'm missing? Major Arcana card I have on me is reacting. Wait, the door is glowing. Why all of a sudden? Did you do something? Tarot card reacted. Maybe that card acts like a key for the door. Interesting. This door certainly works differently from the other ones we've seen. Monad Passage. Type of Monad door leading to the depths of Tartarus. There's only one Monad Passage per block, and each opens in response to a Major Arcana card. Formidable Shadow resides in the innermost area, and beyond that lies a treasure chest holding a valuable item. The entrance to the Monad Passage will remain permanently on the same floor in the same location, even after the turn of a new day. If you feel outmatched, consider revisiting after training some. So presumably there's ones on the lower floors too? Don't see any danger in your immediate vicinity. However, there might be a strong enemy further in, just like with the other doors. If you feel like you're in danger, please leave quickly. That's a long flight of stairs down. Leads deeper into the depths of Tartarus compared to the other doors. It's almost like it's luring us to go all the way in. It's a little disturbing. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Not having a map is a little concerning, but it'll be fine. We are going down. Another door, even inside the first door. Please be careful. Yeah, we will. You're in the deeper part of the passage now. Passage is separated by doors and goes even deeper. Please be careful. Okay, found our friend. Fuka, can you?
Yes.
Perfect. I sense a shadow up ahead. Seems rather weak for a shadow inside one of these doors. I have a bad feeling about this. Please be fully prepared if you plan to battle it. Yeah, we're fine.
Powerful
Leader.
Concentrate way.
I'm ready.
Sorry. I don't have it in me to scan right now.
Pull the trigger.
Adjusting aim.
Oh.
Maneuver.
Okay. Huge.
Hit them where it hurts. Go for it. That's a layup.
Okay, that's some damage. That's more damage.
Now's the time. Thank you for your support. It is time.
Damage her harder.
You dodged it!
This will do the
Third
trick.
leader!
I'll show you.
I'll go with
Good damage.
I have to do this.
We're just kind of chipping away its health bar. It's not doing a crazy amount of damage to us, fortunately, so...
I'll show you my power. Persona! Bad! You dodged it! That's our leader!
Shall I move to strike?
Persona!
Hey, keep those debuffs on. Give me Rebellion onto Aegis. Gonna hope for a crit.
What next? I won't lose!
Keep you debuffed as much as we can.
What is optimal?
No crit there. Concentrate. Okay. Pull it with all that.
Plan here. Shall I move to strike?
How about this?
I'll go with
Oh, sorry. I don't have it in me to scan right now. Pull the trigger. Help me!
Much
I
obliged.
appreciate it. Summoning. Palladium, move out!
One hit. That's tragic.
Successfully avoided. You dodged it! That's our leader!
What's the plan here?
Hopefully we can knock this thing with Jack Rose. That would be a very handy thing to have. We do knock it. Perfect. I think an all-out attack from this range should kill it. Nice. Give me EXP. That should give me a lot of EXP from a big enemy. Ooh. Nice. Poison boost. Forget Raging Tiger.
Oh, hello.
Was I the only one who thought this would be easy? Because it definitely wasn't. That kind of caught me off guard. Well, I guess I know better than to judge a book by its cover now. Next time we'll be more careful. Looks like there's more up ahead, so let's check it out. There might be a treasure chest up ahead, but I sense an enemy presence there too. If you're worn out from battling, don't push yourself too hard. Take some time to recuperate. Oh my god, there's so many treasure chests. Gekukan jersey. Memoir 02. Even shadows have unique traits. The more hostile ones display great strength but can't be controlled by our current facility. We've developed the Cathedral of Time to avoid disposal of such unique specimens. Ice Saber.
Nicely done.
Looks like a fine weapon. Would you mind if I use it? Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, lordy loo.
Hello. Yes.
It'd be great. Okay.
Powerful enemy
It's a
spotted.
very powerful enemy. Please make sure you're fully prepared for battle. Alright, we got this.
All right.
Oh, what the hell? That's not one enemy.
It'll take a little more time.
That's 3 enemies.
I'll hit them where it hurts. Go for it. Professor Lega.
Now's the time.
There's
Ooh, that was close.
Uh-oh.
Her leader's been knocked down. Nice reflexes, Yukari-chan. Did I stand on this enemy?
Let's go.
Alright, I'm taking this one down first.
Take that.
That's my priority. I don't like him. I don't like the way he's looking at me.
One enemy eliminated.
Petrikarn. Okay. That's concerning.
Over here. What's this?
I think this should kill though. Come on, Yukari. Bring it home. Didn't kill. But it came close.
Frozen in place.
I assume this thing is weak to all physical and resists all magic.
To do. Not that.
Fire won't work. Be careful.
That's my guess. Yeah.
That was close. Nice reflexes, Yukari-chan.
Okay. I'm gonna take the hit on Aegis. Because I know Aegis can take it. Stop doing that.
I have to do this.
Much obliged.
Appreciate it.
I'll go with Persona.
Okay, you're gone.
Later, took one out.
And now you've just got this last one.
Fire won't work. Be careful.
Okay, so if you're resistant to fire,
Did I stand on this enemy?
ice is not it. Yeah, I don't know. You might just not have a weakness.
What to do?
Activating. Palladium.
Alright, so we do it this way instead. What we're gonna do
What's the plan here?
I'll show you.
is just make sure that you're a non-factor.
Now's the time.
Alright, I guess. It's all you.
It's over.
And she comes through for us.
Done, I did. All squad members, forward.
Not quite enough to kill, but close. Close enough.
No shadows detected.
Narcissus, Zionga, money. Give me EXP again. Yukari up to 33. Mipatra cures distress, confuse, charm, rage, fear for all allies. Finally. Woo. That's a big one.
Oh, hello.
The team we fought just now is comprised of shadows, each one with an ability they excelled at. For instance, I excel at eliminating enemies with my firearms, although you may already be aware of that. At any rate, let's continue onwards. Looks as though you defeated all the shadows in this area. All we have to do now is open the treasure chest. Let's do it. Sick. Man, I gotta do all that and still have fragments at the end of this?
Hello.
Room seems rather secure. Can you get it open? Treasure chest isn't locked. Oh, never mind. Can't open it as is? It saves us some trouble. We're in a rather irregular area. I wonder if this is a special feature of the place. I'm not detecting any danger, so please check what's inside. Temperance Tarot and Book of Samek. Temperance Major Arcana. Next time you do a daily activity, your academics, courage, and charm will increase more than usual for that day. Oh, okay. The Book of Samek. The major arcana cards attainable in a day increased by 1. So I can get 2. Oh. It was also reacting to the entrance, so there could be some connection there. Possible the other doors elsewhere would react to that card as well. Yes. That's interesting, the way that they did Monad in this. Because Monad was
that chest.
a like side feature in the base. That was like a really high level area. Fists of Fury for Akihiko. I have 1 Twilight Fragment left after today. I came in here with like over 30. Battle Panties, oh boy, my favorite. I can't believe they brought those back. I cannot believe they brought that back. But they brought it back as a cosmetic, which is funny, as opposed to the actual armor. Dangerously revealing armor. You could say that again, yeah. There you go, Yukari. Have fun. That's so funny. Is it just for Yukari? Yeah, it's just for Yukari. I just give her her regular outfit. I'm gonna give her back her C's outfit. I like the jacket on her.
This is...
Dead end. Looks like we can't progress any further now. On the other hand, we've made good headway. Nicely done. Come back whenever you're ready. It's your call to make. Old document 4. The head research came to try to convince me. I was surprised. He was my old mentor. When I remember his timid smile, my resolve wavers. Cool. Yep. Let's go back to the entrance.
Good day.
That request.
Are you accepting a request? Let's hear
we
the
did it.
results.
All done fulfilling my request. The Monad passage you explored seems to be slightly different from the unusual doors you've encountered. While they both house strong personas, the passage seems to lead deeper into the depths, thus harboring even more powerful shadows. But the rewards you reap are far greater. By defeating all shadows within a passage, you will gain a new major arcana, which in turn will aid your growth. I won't force you to undertake this task, but I hope you do I do hope you continue to challenge these passages whenever you can. Those of us who reside in the Velvet Room are always pleased to bear witness to your growth. That will also bring me one step closer to fulfilling my true desire.
Embarrassing.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't intend to take up so much of your time blabbing. Please take this as your reward. Black sword. Neat.
Wonderful.
40,000 yen. Perfect.
I will await a report
Fusion
of
series number
success.
3. Hermit Mothman. Mothman with the skill Agilo. Okay. Yes, let's... I want to go in here. Thick.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Use personas. Let's make sure we
Registering, I see.
register.
Will you register it? All registered.
Ah, fusion, is it? Have you all the
We would
elements
need
you need?
Orneus and Allegor, which we do not have.
Well then.
This power might
Nidogger.
be too
Oh my
much for
god. I've never seen you in 3D, and I don't know if I want to. I'm gonna be honest with you. I forgot about the fact that you would be in 3D. Concern.
This persona is powerful.
Oh, hey, you have Torrent Shot. You're exactly what I need.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
It seems you have been blessed with some power. Why, this is exciting, isn't it?
Okay, so before I do anything else, I'm taking this Allegor, I'm taking it outside, and I'm showing it to Elizabeth. Before I do anything else. Drill attack, pierce boost. Ooh. Okay, so you're just really strong pierce skills.
This persona is
Yaxini.
powerful.
Cool, okay.
Are you finished?
Elizabeth.
We look.
Elizabeth, I have a persona with Torrent Shot. I did it.
Good day. Are you accepting a? Let's hear the result.
Attack mirror ×3. Nice. We're doing quite well on these missions so far.
Do you see anything achievable?
I need to just fuse some more personas too. Just something I haven't been doing a ton of. Just go kind of fuse the ones that are like good for me and then haven't fused further than that.
To the Velvet Room. Now then, let's begin.
Well then. Shall we take
this persona? Yes.
Betty. Oh. Uh-huh. Ma'am, I don't want to alarm you. I don't want to concern you, but you are mildly on fire.
Is this
Satana, Torrent Shot, Adu Tarakaja, Sharp Student, Zionga.
Is this acceptable?
Johanna,
This persona, yes.
Shimitama, Rula Maguru, Windbreak. Can't quite make Thunderbird
Too
yet.
much for you.
That it looks a lot worse when it's grayed out. I'm gonna say it now. It being grayed out does not do it any favors. I wonder if Mara's in this game.
Have you all the elements?
Yeah, we need a
you need?
Fornius to make Flaros. Crit rate boost. Auto Sukukaja. Hierophant. And I'm still too low to make Black Frost. But he's a fun one. Yeah, he'd be a really good one if I can get a couple more levels under my belt. And then I don't have anything that can make King Frost right now.
Very well.
Cool. Okay, I think that's it for us for today. I think we have done what we needed to do in tartar sauce. We, funnily enough, got ourselves on even level and then immediately got ourselves back off of even levels. But, you know, that's a fixable things. Aki and Junpei are still 26. Everybody else is 33. I love seeing the other people's portraits in the glass. It's so good. Menus in this game are so good. Cool. Okie doke. Well, I think that is going to do it for us for tonight. I'm going to take a look and see who we have that we can go say hello to. Let us see. We have Manikadobo playing Persona 3 Reload. We have Jim Tasty playing Fortnite. We have Drewby playing Dark Souls. We have, sorry, Wordsworth, got here just in time to see the end. We have Bratter doing Pal World. Ketchumali doing Scarlet Violet. I think that's everybody. Tapo Wapo doing Pokemon. Any strong preferences one way or another? Going once, going twice. Speak now or forever hold your pee. Nope. Let's go see Tapo. I feel like that's one we haven't seen quite as recently. Through sending a raid over to Tapo Wapo, who's playing some VGC. Go send a lot of love over there. As for us, we will be back tomorrow, probably not on this channel, but make sure you're in the Discord. I'll send you the right place wherever we end up being. We'll be doing probably some Lethal Company with some other folks, and then on Sunday we will be going for, we were playing Poppy Playtime. Good old Poopy Playtime. Scary game night on Sunday, and then back to Persona on Monday. So keep your eyes peeled. Hope you have a great night, everybody. Thank you all so much for hanging out, and I will see you all very, very soon. Take care. Send Tapo a lot of love. Bye-bye.